Chapter 2754. Chapter 2754 Born for the Sword. Chapter 2754 Born for the Sword. After the sword hum sounded from the zenith heaven's sword steel, a commotion and excitement sounded from the depths of Myriad Sword Palace, and a few terrifying auras were released inadvertently. On the peak of carnage, Sword Peak, the 8 peak masters looked in the direction of Myriad Sword Palace with smiles and gratified expressions. The other sword cultivators could not sense it yet, but the 8 of them could sense that the Emperor experts of Myriad Sword Palace were alarmed by the commotion here. Among them, a few old fellows even woke up. Generally speaking, sword cultivators of the sword world could only enter Myriad Sword Palace to continue cultivating after reaching the Emperor realm. To think that even those few would be alarmed. The peak master of 5 elements, Sword Peak, lamented. The zenith heaven, Sword Steel, has only hummed a total of 3 times. How can those few be indifferent towards it? The peak master of Fiend, Sword Peak, said. The peak master of Tyrant, Sword Peak, burst into laughter. These old fellows sure can hold it in. To think that they still can't let go of their pride as emperors and are still refusing to show themselves. Even if they don't appear, they will pay attention to Bai Ming Xue's tribulation transcendence in Myriad Sword Palace and protect her. Bai Ming Xue's tribulation transcendence, this time round, is truly the center of attention. Even I'm looking forward to how many levels of the heavenly tribulation she can attract. To be able to obtain the recognition of the zenith heaven Sword Steel. Do you think she'll attract the 9 of Neen? The moment that was said, the hearts of the 8 peak masters skipped a beat and anticipation flashed through their eyes. The legendary 9 of 9, heavenly tribulation. They had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but had never seen the appearance of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. There was an emperor expert in Myriad Sword Palace right now who once attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. However, that was millions of years ago. Even Lin Xuanjin and Yun Ting, who were extremely talented in the sword Dao in this generation, only attracted the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, said in a deep voice, "A few perfected 1 heavenly tribulations can't prove anything. Most of the emperor experts of the Trichiliocosm merely reached the 7 and 8 of 9 previously. It would be best if Bai Ming Xue can attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Even if it's only at the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation, she's still the sword cultivator with the greatest potential in this generation of the sword world." The heavenly tribulation continued. A sword hum sounded from the zenith heaven Sword Steel, followed by the myriad sword hum. Bai Ming Xue welcomed the 9th heavenly tribulation of the 6th level and slashed forward with indomitable will. In everyone's eyes, Bai Ming Xue's figure seemed to have vanished and was replaced by a sword that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Boom! Under Bai Ming Xue's persistence, she managed to endure the first 6 perfected 1 heavenly tribulations head-on with her body in the end. With the power of the first 6 levels of the heavenly tribulations, her true martial Dao body was also rapidly reconstructed. The martial Dao runes mixed with the heavenly tribulation lightning fused into her body and bloodline continuously, stimulating the potential of her body. Without giving Bai Ming Xue much time to catch her breath, the 7th level of the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation arrived instantly. This time round, Bai Ming Xue no longer chose to defend head-on. Instead, she released the divine powers and secret skills she had learned over the years to face the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 Under the destructive lightning, a figure that emitted endless sharpness charged against the lightning continuously and challenged the heavenly tribulation, displaying an unshakable will. The 7th level of the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation ended. However, the tribulation clouds in the sky had yet to dissipate. Unsurprisingly, the 8th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation descended. This time round, Bai Ming Xue summoned her destiny sword and revealed her comprehension of the sword Tao under countless gazes. Bai Ming Xue's martial spirit was a sword. It was as if she was born for the sword Tao. To Bai Ming Xue, there was no such thing as being one with the sword or being born with sword blood. Her existence was in itself a supreme immortal sword that could slash through the world. Every single move and stance of hers matched her sword Tao perfectly. However, the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation was way too powerful. Back then, Yun Ting almost died under the impact of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. If Su Zimo had not arrived here and used the Green Lotus bloodline to nourish Bai Ming Xue's physique and bloodline for 3 years, she would not have been able to survive. She was struck down time and time again before standing up to face the heavenly tribulation. Finally, the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation ended. Bai Ming Xue lay on the ground, charred black. The surface of her body was cracked like the ground after a long drought, and she no longer looked human. Many sword cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. It was over. Wang Dong and the others heaved a sigh of relief as well. Although Bai Ming Xue looked severely injured, it was clear that her body was still emitting life force. As long as she recuperated for a period of time, she would be able to recover. Wang Dog was concerned. Together with some sword cultivators of Carnage Sword Peak, he wanted to head forward to help Bai Ming Xue up. However, the Immortal King experts guarding the surroundings had grim expressions and blocked any sword cultivators from advancing. On the mountain peak, the 8 peak masters looked at the firmaments above Bai Ming Xue with grim expressions as well. Their spirit consciousnesses were strong, and they could sense it even more clearly. Although the tribulation clouds dissipated after the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation, they were showing signs of gathering again and making a comeback. The heavenly tribulation was not over yet. The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The 8 peak masters exchanged glances and thought of that possibility at the same time. At that moment, the sword cultivators of Carnage, Sword Continent, gradually noticed something amiss as well. They raised their heads one after another and looked at the tribulation clouds that condensed once more in the sky, exclaiming, "Heavens, could it be the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation? That must be the case. Even though I'm already at the celestial being realm, I feel my heart skip a beat against the aura emitted by the tribulation clouds. The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation is unprecedented. To think that I, Qin Zhong, would be lucky enough to see it in my life. Junior sister Bai Ming's condition is already very bad. Even the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation is so difficult. How can she survive the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation?" Wang Dong was worried. Throughout history, there were also some monster incarnates who were destroyed by the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation and could not survive. In a flash, the peak master of Sever's sword Peak tore through the air. The other peak masters were confused and did not know why the peak master of Sever's sword Peak left in a sudden. Before long, the peak master of Sever's sword Peak appeared once more. The peak master of Sever's sword Peak pointed ahead and said in a deep voice, "The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation is extremely rare in this world. You shouldn't want to miss it." Beside her was a peerlessly beautiful woman with a cold expression. It was the #1 sword immortal among legacy disciples, Lin Xuanjin. "Master, what are you doing?" Lin Xuanjin asked indifferently. Initially, she was in seclusion. However, the peak master of Sever's sword Peak barged in and forcefully brought her here. The peak master of Sever's sword Peak pointed ahead and said in a deep voice, "The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation is extremely rare in this world. You shouldn't want to miss it." Suddenly, Lin Xuanjin's heart skipped a beat. The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. She knew very well what the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulations stood for. It was said that a peerless divine power would descend with the 9th 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. In theory, everyone who witnessed this peerless divine power personally had a chance of cultivating it successfully. Up till now, she had only cultivated the immortal vanquishing sword to the quasi-peerless level, and it had yet to reach the level of an actual peerless divine power. She had comprehended it for many years and felt that there was something missing. If she could witness the peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword with her own eyes, she would definitely be able to comprehend its profundities and succeed. Of course, the prerequisite was that the peerless divine power that descended from the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was the immortal vanquishing sword. BA4 abone
12660399581587973B3B679C596593659
Chapter 2755. Chapter 2755. A Sword of Frost. Chapter 2755. A Sword of Frost. I wonder what peerless divine power will descend. The Peak Master of Extreme, Sword Peak, murmured softly. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak said, Peerless divine powers are extremely rare, and there have only been slightly more than 10 of them since ancient times. Bai Ming Shui cultivates the Sword Tao. As such, there's a high chance that the immortal vanquishing sword will descend. Bai Ming Shui. Lin Xuanjin murmured softly. She focused on cultivating the Sword Tao and rarely cared about the people and matters between the 8 sword peaks. As such, she was a little unfamiliar with that name. Lin Xuanjin seemed to have discovered something and frowned slightly. Suddenly she asked, Junior Sister Bai Ming did not condense a Tao fruit. Why would a perfected one heavenly tribulation descend? The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak said, It said that Bai Ming Shui cultivates a dermic formulation called the martial Tao that's different from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos. Martial Tao? Why have I never heard of it? Lin Xuanjin asked again. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak said, This martial Tao was created by Bai Ming Shui's master in the lower worlds. This person is truly an anomaly. He took another path and created such a dermic Tao. To think that he could cultivate it to this extent. As the few of them spoke, the 9th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation had already descended. The first 3 heavenly tribulations of the 9th level are similar to the previous 8 levels. However, their strength has increased significantly. If you want to survive them, you have to release your bloodline phenomenon. Bai Ming Shui stood on the spot, recalling everything Su Zimo had told her about the 9th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation. Gradually, she tightened her grip on her sword with a determined gaze. Fight! Bai Ming Shui flicked her sword and hummed. The blood qi in her body surged, and the sound of a tsunami sounded. Immediately after, a dragon's roar and elephants' trumpeting sounded from her bloodline, shaking the world. This was the 9th transformation of the martial Tao, the dragon elephant force. Divine dragons circled and divine elephants appeared to protect Bai Ming Shui, colliding with the first heavenly tribulation of the 9th level with an earth-shaking bang. There were millions of people in Tianhuang, mainland, who cultivated the martial Tao. However, no one could reach Bai Ming Shui's achievements in the martial Tao. That was because at the beginning of Bai Ming Shui's cultivation of the martial Tao, Su Zimo was the one who personally imparted the Tao to her, helping her build a perfect foundation. At the 6th transformation of the martial Tao, one could condense a blood qi golden core. However, Su Zimo let Bai Ming Shui continue cultivating and only began to condense her martial spirit after cultivating the 9th transformation of the martial Tao, the dragon elephant force. If not for the firm foundation she had built back then, Bai Ming Shui would not have been able to survive the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation now. The 2nd heavenly tribulation of the ninth level descended. The divine dragons and divine elephants were only phenomenons manifested by the martial Tao and not her bloodline phenomenon. They had already been destroyed by the first heavenly tribulation of the ninth level. Bai Ming Xue channeled her blood qi to its limits, and a dark and deep ocean appeared behind her, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Bai Ming Ocean. Bai Ming Xue released her bloodline phenomenon and endured the second heavenly tribulation of the ninth level head-on. Bai Ming Ocean was shattered by the heavenly tribulation and was almost dry. Bai Ming Xue spat out a mouthful of blood. Although more than half of the power of the heavenly tribulation had been resolved by Bai Ming Ocean, a portion of the terrifying heavenly tribulation still surged into her body. Before she could catch her breath, the third heavenly tribulation of the ninth level descended. Bai Ming Xue pursed her lips and endured the pain as she continued circulating her bloodline. A gigantic shadow appeared in the initially dry Bai Ming Ocean. Suddenly, the shadow broke out of the waters and charged towards the third heavenly tribulation of the ninth level. It was a gigantic creature that blotted out the skies in midair. It opened its gigantic mouth and emitted an ancient and terrifying aura. The Kuan race. Many sword cultivators recognized the origin of the gigantic creature and exclaimed, "Boom!" The third heavenly tribulation of the ninth level dissipated. Bai Ming Xue's bloodline phenomenon was shattered as well, and she coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Her aura was weak and she could no longer hold on. The fourth heavenly tribulation is called the bloodline tribulation and will directly affect your bloodline. Bai Ming Xue recalled what Su Zimo had said to her and tried her best to calm down to defend against the impact of the bloodline tribulation. Right in front of everyone, Bai Ming Xue's body trembled continuously, and she curled up as though she was enduring immense pain. As time passed, Bai Ming Xue's figure gradually faded and vanished strangely. What remained on the spot was a dark and deep sword. The sword emitted a strange power and no longer fought against the bloodline tribulation. Instead, it chose to devour it. This is. On the mountain peak, the expressions of the 8 peak masters on the sword peak changed with disbelief in their eyes. She comprehended a new sword Tao during the tribulation transcendence. That should be the case. However, this sword Tao coexists with her bloodline and is not perfect and stable enough. Before long, the bloodline tribulation ended. Bai Ming Xue's figure reappeared. After the fourth bloodline tribulation, not only did her injuries not worsen, they even healed by more than half and her condition was much better. No one knew how to defend against the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation better than Su Zimo. That was because he had experienced it twice alone. He imparted his experience of the 2 tribulation transcendences to Bai Ming Xue entirely. The following essence spirit tribulation, Tao heart tribulation and karma tribulation did not pose much of a threat to Bai Ming Xue and were defended by her one after another. It was only when the 8th weapon tribulation descended that Bai Ming Xue suffered immense damage. Bai Ming Xue's body was drenched in blood and she swayed. She merely leaned on her destiny sword and stood in a pool of blood with difficulty. There was only one final perfected, one heavenly tribulation left. However, everyone knew that the final heavenly tribulation was the most terrifying and fatal. The pressure in the world became incomparably oppressive. On the mountain peak and in midair, all the sword cultivators held their breaths and stared fixedly at the tribulation clouds in the skies. The final heavenly tribulation was a peerless divine power, and they were lucky enough to witness it. This was also an opportunity for them. In fact, the few powerful auras in Myriad Sword Palace became extremely quiet, afraid of disturbing Bai Ming Xue. Only the Zenith Heaven sword steel was still emitting sword hums, seemingly boosting Bai Ming Xue's aura. Lin Xuanjin and Yun Ting were also looking forward to the next scene. Suddenly, peach blossoms of different colors floated down from the tribulation clouds in the sky. They were white, red, and pink and emitted a faint fragrance. The fragrance was not strong, but the surrounding sword cultivators felt a little dazed when they smelled it and looked intoxicated. Even most perfected immortal sword cultivators were not spared. Only the 8 peak masters on the mountain peak had solemn expressions. They could clearly see that although the peach blossoms looked ordinary, they were condensed from sword chi, and every single one of them contained terrifying lethality. If it's not the immortal vanquishing sword, what peerless divine power is it? This looks like a divine power of the sword Tao, but it doesn't seem to have appeared before. A new peerless divine power has descended. When the 8 peak masters thought of that, they were shocked. Right then, the peach blossom rain descended continuously and formed words in the sky. A sky of intoxicating flowers, a sword of frost. Everyone read it out instinctively. Zing! A sword hum sounded. Amidst the peach blossoms that filled the sky, a stunning and resplendent sword light appeared with an extremely sharp sword intent. Like lightning that tore through the night sky, it entered Bai Ming Xue's body instantly. Chapter 2756. Chapter 2756. Peerless Standoff. Chapter 2756. Peerless Standoff. The moment the sword light arrived, a torrential sword intent burst forth from within Bai Ming Xue's body, and the killing intent shook the entire world. A sword that was scarlet as blood flew out from Bai Ming Xue's body and took the sword light head-on. Immortal vanquishing sword. An exclamation sounded from the crowd. On the mountain peak, the 8 peak masters were astounded as well. Although the immortal vanquishing sword was not at the level of a peerless divine power, it was already a quasi-peerless divine power. Boom! The 2 sword daos collided. A moment later, the tribulation clouds dissipated. The world was silent. All the sword cultivators, including the immortal kings present and the 8 peak masters on the peak of Carnage Sword Peak, were stunned on the spot, convinced by the sword intent revealed by that sword strike. There were no words that could describe the amazement of that strike. Perhaps everything could only be found in those words revealed. A sky of intoxicating flowers, a sword of frost. A new peerless divine power had descended upon the sword world because of Bai Ming Xue. On the mountain peak, Lin Xuanjin's calm eyes rippled as well, and her heart skipped a beat. Yun Ting clenched his fists with a conflicted expression. Although Bai Ming Xue attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, that alone could not affect him much. The heavenly tribulation was only on the surface. Cultivators of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation might not lose to those of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation in the future. It was said that when the strongest emperor expert in the world, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly of the Great Wilderness, entered the perfected One Realm, she only attracted the 5 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Generally speaking, after living beings condensed their Tao fruits, they could at least attract the 6 of 9 heavenly tribulation. However, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly was so weak back then that even the 6 of 9 heavenly tribulation did not appear. Even so, later on, she still stood at the peak of the upper world and looked down on all living beings. Yun Ting was only one perfected, one heavenly tribulation beneath Bai Ming Xue. That could not shake his Tao heart. However, when he saw the sword strike earlier on, he was still deeply shocked. He could not describe how terrifying that strike was. He only knew that if he was in Bai Ming Xue's shoes, he would most probably not be able to defend against that sword strike. Everyone's gazes were on Bai Ming Xue. She seemed to be in an extremely bad state. Not only was her life force weak, even her essence spirit in her consciousness was severely injured and was almost shattered. "It's over," Sensing everything, many sword cultivators shook their heads and sighed. Yun Ting's eyes flashed with pity as well. Right then, a green figure flashed and arrived beside Bai Mingshui. It was Su Zimo. Su Zimo went forward with a grim expression and carried the unconscious Bai Mingshui, prepared to return to her cave abode. The next moment, the void at the side suddenly split open, and an incomparably domineering aura descended. The peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, had arrived. "Put her down and hand her over to me." The peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, stopped Su Zimo with a cold glint in his eyes and a powerful might that crushed toward Su Zimo. "No." Su Zimo spoke slowly with a fearless expression. His tone was firm and unquestionable. Even against an immortal king expert, Su Zimo met his gaze without dodging at all. The jaws of the surrounding sword cultivators dropped slightly. At that moment, everyone seemed to have an illusion that Su Zimo was not at a disadvantage in terms of aura in his confrontation with the peak master of carnage, Sword Peak. "Who's that?" On the mountain peak, Lin Xuanjin's gaze landed on Su Zimo, and she suddenly asked. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak said, "He's Bai Mingshui's master in the lower worlds." Lin Xuanjin nodded slightly. Sigh. Suddenly, the peak master of 5 elements, Sword Peak, sighed. Brother Lu is a little worked up because he's overly concerned. Bai Mingshui is so severely injured that even her essence spirit is almost shattered. Even the emperors of Myriad Sword Palace can't do anything for her, let alone us. The peak master of Illusory, Sword Peak, nodded as well. If they could save her, those old fellows would have appeared a long time ago. Amit Ba, the peak master of Zen Sword Peak, said, "We should step in to talk to Brother Lu, lest he injures Bai Mingshui's master in a moment of impulse. After all, this has nothing to do with her master." "What did you say?" When the peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, saw that Su Zimo actually dared to oppose him, he could not help but feel enraged. The sword light in his eyes became even sharper and was about to spew out. "Can you save her?" Su Zimo asked instead with a calm expression. "Aye." The peak master of Camage, Sword Peak, was stumped for words and was stunned on the spot. Indeed, he could not save Bai Mingshui. However, he truly did not want her to die prematurely. He had to give it a try with everything he could, no matter what. "Since you can't save her, don't block the way." Right then, Su Zimo said, "I'll save my own disciple. No one else is to disturb me for a month." With that said, Su Zimo carried Bai Mingshui towards the cave abode. When he heard that the peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, could not believe it. However, a trace of hope reignited in his heart, and he moved aside instinctively. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo carried Bai Mingshui and disappeared from everyone's sight. The peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, stood on the spot with a conflicted expression. After pondering for a long time, he took a deep look in the direction where Su Zimo and Bai Mingshui left before turning to leave. On the mountain peak, Lin Xuanjin had already left and returned to Sever Sword Peak to continue her seclusion. Although she did not see the descent of the immortal vanquishing sword this time round, that new peerless divine power still shocked her greatly. She wanted to enter seclusion as soon as possible to absorb and refine her comprehension as much as possible. "Brother Lu, let's let him give it a shot." The peak master of 5 elements, Sword Peak, sighed. "Even if you take Bai Mingshui away, you'll probably have to watch her die in front of you in the end." The peak master of Sever Sword Peak said, "That's right. Even if he can't save her, Bai Mingshui is still his disciple. He should be the one to send her off on her final journey." The peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, was silent. He looked at Bai Mingshui's cave abode from afar with a hint of anticipation. Upon returning to the cave abode, Su Zimo activated the surrounding immortal formations immediately and blocked the entire cave abode. Along the way, He had already checked Bai Mingshue's injuries from head to toe. Bai Mingxue was indeed severely injured, and her life was on the line. The most terrifying thing was that Bai Mingshue's essence spirit, which was the sword soul in her consciousness, suffered a huge impact and was almost shattered. However, Su Zimo could see clearly that the final sword strike of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was not fatal. In fact, it left Bai Mingxue with a trace of life. This was completely different from the 2 tribulation transcendences he underwent back then. Back when he attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation twice, the final heavenly tribulations were completely aimed at destroying him. However, when the sword light from the peerless divine power of the sword Tao entered Bai Mingshue's body at the last moment, it left a trace of life to save her life temporarily. As long as there was a trace of life, Su Zimo had a way to save Bai Mingxue, relying on the bloodline of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. If he used the Lotus Life Finger for a month, he could heal Bai Mingshue's injuries completely. As for the sword soul injuries that were the most difficult to resolve, he had some sakura fruits in his storage bag that he could feed her. If one won't do, he would use 2. If he chanted the texts from the Prajna Nirvana Sutra at the same time to nourish Bai Mingshue's sword soul, there was a 70% chance he could heal her completely. The grade 12 creation Green Lotus that possessed an incomparably rich life force was the only possibility of saving Bai Mingxue, who was on the brink of death. Upon recovering, Bai Mingxue had a chance of comprehending 2 peerless divine powers. Chapter 2757 Chapter 2757 Return of the Sword Arts. Chapter 2757 Return of the Sword Arts. After the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation dissipated, many sword cultivators returned to their respective sword peaks. This observation allowed most sword cultivators to gain many new insights into the sword Tao. If anyone in the world could attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, it would be a rare opportunity for the cultivators of the entire world. On the peak of carnage, Sword Peak, the 8 peak masters gathered here and recalled the scene of Bai Mingxue undergoing tribulation transcendence earlier on. They sighed endlessly. If I'm not wrong, Bai Mingxue should have the original ancient scrolls of the 3 great sword arts in her storage bag, the peak master of Sever Sword Peak said in a deep voice. The others were not surprised when they heard that. The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was way too powerful. Not only was Bai Mingshue's body severely injured, her storage bag was almost shattered as well. Through the shattered storage bag, the 8 peak masters sensed the auras of the 3 sword arts. Furthermore, it was the most primitive and purest sword chi of the 3 great sword arts. The peak master of 5 elements, Sword Peak, nodded as well. Although her immortal vanquishing sword has yet to reach the level of a peerless divine power, it's at the quasi-peerless level. There's no mistake about that divine charm and sword intent she possessed. The peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, said, I've been paying attention to her cultivation. At the very least, she was still unable to fuse the 3 great sword arts and condense the immortal vanquishing sword 3 years ago. The reason why she could cultivate the immortal vanquishing sword should be because she read the original ancient scrolls of the 3 great sword arts. The peak master of illusory Sword Peak lamented, Bai Mingxue is truly blessed to think that she could obtain the first version of the 3 great sword arts. The peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, had a puzzled expression. However, she has been cultivating in carnage, Sword Peak, for the past 3 years and has never left. How could she have obtained the 3 sword arts? 3 years ago, the peak masters of the 8 sword peaks exchanged glances and thought of the same person at the same time. 3 years ago was when Su Zhu of the heavenly world arrived. Could he have imparted it to Bai Mingxue? In that case, he should have cultivated the 3 great sword arts as well. to be able to impart the first version of the three great sword arts to Bai Ming Xue. It's clear that he values her immensely. Even personal disciples might not be able to see the first versions of cultivation techniques like the three great sword arts. Furthermore, Su Zimo handed the first version of the three great sword arts to Bai Ming Xue right away. And no matter what, the first version of the three great sword arts has been lost for many years. It's finally back in the hands of a cultivator of the sword world in this generation. If Su Zhu really imparted the three great sword arts to Bai Ming Xue, brother Lu, you should meet him and thank him in person. The significance of the return of the three great sword arts to the sword world is way too great. In reality, the peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, knew the importance of this matter as well. However, he was an immortal king after all, and Su Zhu was only a perfected immortal. He was still a little prideful and resistant to the idea of that. Furthermore, Bai Ming Xue's fate was unknown. Even if the three great sword arts were returned, he was not in the mood. The peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, said, "That's all speculation. If the three great sword arts were really imparted to Bai Ming Xue by this person, it's nothing for me to thank him. If he can save Bai Ming Xue, it won't even be a problem for me to prepare a huge gift and hand it to him personally, let alone thank him." This was a monster incarnate of the sword Tao who attracted the nine of nine heavenly tribulation and brought about the birth of a new peerless divine power. As long as she could survive, she would definitely be the hope of the sword world in the future. That was something that no gift could be exchanged for. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period of time, almost all the sword cultivators of the 8 sword peaks were discussing the previous 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Wang Dong and the other sword cultivators of carnage, Sword Peak, took turns to stand guard outside Bai Ming Xue's cave abode every day, hoping for some news to come from inside. However, the cave abode was closed the entire time, and it was silent inside. Although the peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, did not appear, he would look in that direction from time to time. On this day, the door of the cave abode that had been closed for a month opened slowly, and a slender figure walked out from the depths of the cave abode. The sword cultivators guarding outside the cave abode looked over immediately, and their eyes widened in shock when they saw the figure walking out. Bai Ming Xue was out of seclusion. The news swept through the 8 sword peaks like a violent storm, causing a huge commotion. Everyone saw Bai Ming Xue's injuries that day. Even immortal king experts were helpless. No one expected Bai Ming Xue to come back to life and recover fully. When Wang Dong and the others received the news, they came to congratulate her immediately. Bai Ming Xue's advancement to the perfected One Realm meant that she had already become a legacy disciple of the sword world Heekdom. On the mountain peak, Lu Yun, the peak master of Carnage Sword Peak, burst into laughter excitedly. "Ha ha ha ha! The heavens are truly blessing our sword world." Lu Yun looked at the withered lotus flowers on the mountain peak and murmured, "Senior Immortal Vanquishing, did you see that? Our sword world now has a monster incarnate who attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation." Bai Ming Xue's tribulation transcendence had already ended. However, the withered lotus flowers on the mountain peak did not recover their vitality as he had expected. Even so, Lu Yun was delighted when he saw Bai Ming Xue return unscathed. At the same time, the peak masters of the other sword peaks received the news as well. Seems like Carnage Sword Peak is going to rise in this generation. With the appearance of Bai Ming Xue from Carnage Sword Peak and the return of the 3 great sword arts to the sword world, Lu Yun will probably wake up laughing in his dreams. That might not be the case. In this generation, Extreme Sword Peak has Yun Ting, and Sever Sword Peak has Lin Xuanjin. It's still unknown who can walk further on the sword Dao. Among the legacy disciples of the 8 sword peaks, Bai Ming Xue, Yun Ting and Lin Xuanjin have all cultivated the immortal vanquishing, soared to the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. I wonder who will be the first to comprehend the true immortal vanquishing sword. Although Bai Ming Xue had obtained the peerless divine power of a sword of frost, it did not mean that she had completely comprehended it. Comprehending and mastering a peerless divine power was as difficult as ascending the heavens. Bai Ming Xue still had to continue cultivating and comprehending. She needed time to settle down and an opportunity. It could only be said that she was the sword cultivator with the highest chance of comprehending a sword of frost. On the mountain peak, Lu Yin looked at Bai Ming Xue, who had just walked out of her cave abode and was receiving the congratulations of many sword cultivators in silence. A moment later, he suddenly sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness, asking Bai Ming Xue to come to the peak of Carnage, Sword Peak. Firstly, he wanted to test if Bai Ming Xue could revive the lotus flowers on the mountain peak. Secondly, he had to ask about the matter of the 3 great sword arts. Before long, Bai Ming Xue ascended the peak of Carnage, Sword Peak. This was the first time she was here. A hint of surprise flashed through her eyes as she looked at the large patch of withered lotus flowers around her. Disappointment flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. There was no feedback from the surrounding lotus flowers. Lu Yin put that matter aside for the time being and asked with a smile, Bai Ming Xue, there's something I want to confirm. Did your master impart the 3 great sword arts to you? At the mention of the 3 great sword arts and Su Zimo, Bai Ming Xue suddenly looked wary. Lu Yun smiled. Don't be nervous. Since the 3 great sword arts are with you, they belong to you. No one can take them away without your permission. As for your master, I won't hurt him either. In fact, if he was the one who imparted the 3 great sword arts to you, I'll have to prepare a gift to thank him in person. Chapter 2758. Chapter 2758. Battle of Monster Incarnates. Chapter 2758. Battle of Monster Incarnates. Bai Ming Xue knew that she could not hide this from the peak master of Carnage, Sword Peak. She also believed that the other party would keep his promise and not harm Su Zimo. Only then did she nod. The 3 great sword arts were indeed imparted to me by master. Indeed. Lu Yun nodded, slightly in silence. In that case, he should indeed meet Su Zhu and thank him in person. However, he was in a dilemma as to what gift to prepare. If the gift was insignificant, it would seem impolite, as though he did not take this matter seriously at all. However, Su Zhu was not from the sword world after all. He was just Bai Ming Xue's master from the lower worlds. If the gift was too significant, it would be inappropriate too. Lu Yun couldn't think of a way to prepare a sincere and appropriate thank you gift dash. Of course, he had even more important matters to discuss with Su Zhu. Bai Ming Xue attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, which even descended with a new peerless divine power of the sword Tao. During the tribulation transcendence, she attracted the resonance of the zenith heaven sword steel to help her. It was no exaggeration to say that Bai Ming Xue was one of the most important legacy disciples in the sword world. Although she had just entered the perfected one realm, her status in the sword world was definitely not inferior to Lin Xuanjin and Yun Ting in the hearts of the experts. Right now, Bai Ming Xue was a convergence perfected immortal. Her master, Su Zhu, should have just broken through to the celestial being realm. The 2 of them were of similar cultivation realms. In fact, in Lu Yin's opinion, if he removed the restrictions that disallowed cultivators from different cultivation realms from sparring, Bai Ming Xue would definitely be able to defeat her master. This monster incarnate of the sword world, who transcended the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation and had a chance of comprehending 2 peerless divine powers, could definitely fight above her level. That way, the relationship between the 2 of them would seem awkward. In Lu Yin's opinion, Su Zhu was no longer qualified to continue imparting the Tao to Bai Ming Xue. Bai Ming Xue's master had to be an immortal king at least. The horizons and knowledge of immortal kings and their understanding of Dharmic Tao were far from what a perfected immortal could compare to. Even ordinary immortal kings were not suitable. Only a peak immortal king, a peak master, such as himself, could be qualified to be Bai Ming Xue's master. Furthermore, Bai Ming Xue cultivated the sword Tao after all. Even if Su Zhu cultivated the three great sword arts, how could he compare to her in the sword Tao? If that was the case, what could this person teach Bai Ming Xue? Of course, Lu Yin could not say that in front of Bai Ming Xue. He could vaguely sense that Bai Ming Xue was extremely respectful and reliant on Su Zhu. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to talk to Su Zhu about this. If this person withdrew voluntarily, it would be a better choice for Bai Ming Xue. Peak Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Bai Ming Xue said when she saw Lu Yun deep in thought for a long time. Yes. Lu Yun answered before asking casually, Where are you going? Extreme Sword Peak. Bai Ming Xue said indifferently. As though he sensed something, Lu Yun caught a hint of sword intent from Bai Ming Xue and asked, Why are you going to Extreme Sword Peak? Bai Ming Xue said, I have a battle arranged with Yun Ting. I'm going to settle it now. Well, Lu Yun hesitated for a moment. Bai Ming Xue, you've just transcended the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, and your injuries have just recovered. You haven't cultivated in the perfected One Realm yet. I suggest that you cultivate in the perfected One Realm for a period of time and familiarize yourself with the battles between perfected immortals. Bai Ming Xue shook her head gently. The reason why I'm fighting Yun Ting is because I want to use him to test my sword and familiarize myself with the battles of perfected immortals. Lu Yun said helplessly, You don't have to look for Yun Ting right away if you just want someone to test your sword. You can do it with a weaker opponent. In Lu Yun's opinion, although Bai Ming Xue had passed the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, it was hard to say who would win in her fight against Yun Ting. Yun Ting's talent in the sword Tao was also rare in the world. Furthermore, Yun Ting had obtained many sword Tao inheritances and had already cultivated every single sword Tao to greater mastery. Also, Yun Ting had cultivated for a much longer time in the perfected One Realm than Bai Ming Xue. Bai Ming Xue had just entered the perfected One Realm, and her greatest advantage was that she had a chance to comprehend 2 peerless divine powers in the future. If she looked for Yun Ting now, it would be equivalent to wasting this advantage. More importantly, there was another worry in Lu Yun's heart. Bai Ming Xue cultivated the martial Tao after all and had not even condensed a Tao fruit. Although she had entered the perfected One Realm, what chance did Bai Ming Xue have of winning against Yun Ting, a pure perfected immortal with a Tao fruit? As though she could read Lu Yun's concerns, Bai Ming Xue said indifferently, I entered the perfected One Realm as a martial Tao cultivator. Since I want to fight, I have to find the strongest among my peers. I'm sure many fellow disciples of the 8 Sword Peaks want to see the combat strength of the martial Tao at the perfected One Realm as well. In reality, that was also the case. After knowing that Bai Ming Xue had come out of seclusion, the greatest suspense in the hearts of the sword cultivators was how strong she was after cultivating the martial Tao and entering the perfected One Realm. After all, the heavenly tribulation was only external. If Bai Ming Xue's combat strength could not be ranked in the top 10 among her peers, so what if she attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation? It would probably only prove that the martial Tao was worthless. When Lu Yun saw that Bai Ming Xue was determined to leave, he could not persuade her further and could only give her a few reminders. He then explained some of the trump cards that Yun Ting had revealed previously to Bai Ming Xue. After Bai Ming Xue heard that, she turned around and headed towards the teleportation formation, heading straight for Extreme Sword Peak. Lu Yun looked at Bai Ming Xue's back view in silence. In Lu Yun's understanding, the martial Tao was only a Dharmic Tao created by a cultivator of the lower worlds after all. It was incomplete and could not compare to dharmic Taos like the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos that had been passed down through the ages. If the martial Tao was really strong, why did Su Zhu, who created the martial Tao, stop cultivating it? Lu Yun had long observed Su Zhu in secret. Su Zhu's cultivation clearly belonged to the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend lineages, and there was a Tao fruit in his consciousness. Perhaps it's good as well if Bai Ming-Xue loses. Lu Yun thought about it. That way he had even more reason to persuade Su Zhu to let go and let Bai Ming-Xue become his disciple. News of Bai Ming-Xue heading to extreme Sword Peak to challenge Yun Ting spread like wildfire. The 8 sword peaks that had just calmed down for a month were in an uproar once more. For many sword cultivators, a battle between 2 peerless monster incarnates of the sword world was much better than the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Hurry, let's go to Extreme Sword Peak. Bai Ming-Xue and Yun Ting are about to fight. Bai Ming-Xue is way too domineering. She wants to spar with junior brother Yun the moment she advances to the perfected one realm. Although Bai Ming-Xue attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, she doesn't have a Tao fruit. She might not have a high chance of winning against junior brother Yin. Many sword cultivators discussed and made use of the teleportation formations to head towards Extreme Sword Peak. Junior sister Bai Ming is way too anxious. When Wang Dong found out about this, he could not help but feel worried. He shook his head and sighed. If she cultivates for hundreds or thousands of years and has some comprehension of a sword of frost, even only at the level of a quasi-peerless divine power, she has a 70% chance of winning against junior brother Yin. But now, both of them are in control of a mortal vanquishing sword at the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. However, junior sister Bai Ming has just entered the perfected one realm. She doesn't have any advantage at all. When the perfected immortal experts of the 8 sword peaks, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, Xinyu, Qin Zhong, and the others heard that, they moved as well. Instantly, sword cultivators filled Extreme Sword Peak. The battle between 2 peerless monster incarnates of the sword world was the center of attention. Chapter 2759. Chapter 2759. Won't die. Chapter 2759. Won't die. The battle between the 2 monster incarnates attracted the attention of countless sword cultivators. In the sword world, it was not easy to witness a battle between top monster incarnates. For example, Lin Xuanjin was completely unrivaled among her peers. As for Yun Ting and Lin Xuanjin, their cultivation realms were significantly different and they cannot spar. The reason why this unprecedented battle between 2 people of the same cultivation realm could take place was because Bai Ming-Xue suddenly attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation and advanced to the perfected one realm. This battle was not only between Bai Ming-Xue and Yun Ting. Countless sword cultivators wanted to see what combat strength Bai Ming-Xue could unleash at the perfected one realm with the martial Tao she cultivated. The 8 sword peaks were in an uproar, but Bai Ming-Xue's cave abode was abnormally quiet. Su Zimo did not join in the fun. He knew Bai Ming-Xue and Yun Ting too well, and in his opinion, there was no doubt about the outcome. For the past 3 years, he had spent most of his energy on Bai Ming-Xue. Now that Bai Ming-Xue had entered the true martial realm, he was relieved and prepared to continue cultivating and comprehending dharmic Taos. His cultivation realm increased rapidly and had already caught up, surpassing Yun Ting. However, in reality, he was far from reaching the upper limit of his combat strength. Up till now, Su Zimo had already cultivated the divine powers of the immortal vanquishing sword, Buddha dragon elephant, 6 paths of reincarnation, fleeting moment for heads, 8 arms, and 6-tusk divine strength to a quasi-peerless level. However, if he wanted to cultivate a true peerless divine power, he still had to continue comprehending them. Although there was only a difference of a single word, the power released was worlds apart. If Su Zimo could cultivate those divine powers into peerless divine powers, his combat strength would reach its peak. At that time, with the augmentation of 6 tusk divine strength and 4 heads, 8 arms, coupled with a few peerless divine powers, it was difficult for him to predict what kind of power he could unleash. Throughout history, no one could master so many peerless divine powers at the same time. More than half a day had passed since Bai Mingxue left. Finally, a sound came from the cave abode's door. Before long, a figure walked in slowly. Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked over. Bai Mingxue's clothes were a little messy and blood-stained. Her face was slightly pale and her aura was weak. It was clear that she had expended a lot of energy in this battle and had fought extremely hard. However, Bai Mingxue's expression was still calm and her gaze was sharp like a sword. "You won?" Su Zimo asked. "I won." Bai Mingxue nodded. The master and disciple asked and answered without saying anything else. Su Zimo had long expected this, and naturally did not ask further or be curious. Given Bai Mingxue's personality, she would not show any excitement even if she defeated Yun Ting. Su Zimo closed his eyes and was about to continue cultivating when his heart skipped a beat. He asked curiously, "Is Yun Ting all right?" Bai Mingxue paused and was silent for a moment before saying, "He won't die." Silence returned to Bai Mingxue's cave abode. Su Zimo comprehended his dermic daos while Bai Mingxue recuperated quietly. However, Extreme Sword Peak seemed to have exploded at that moment and was filled with commotion. Bai Mingxue had already returned to her cave abode, but there were still a large number of sword cultivators gathered on Extreme Sword Peak who did not leave for a long time. The battle between the 2 monster incarnates lasted for more than 4 hours. Everyone witnessed the entire process, and the shock on their faces did not dissipate. The killing power of the sword Dao displayed by Bai Mingxue and Yun Ting during their battle was an eye-opener for everyone present. At the beginning of the battle, perhaps because she was not familiar with the battle between perfected immortals, Bai Mingxue was at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Yun Ting the entire time. However, as time passed, Bai Mingxue gradually broke free from her disadvantage. At the end of the battle, Bai Mingxue counterattacked domineeringly and suppressed Yun Ting completely. In the end, Yun Ting was knocked unconscious by Bai Mingxue. Sword Immortal Tai Lai and the other peak perfected immortals carried him down before the battle ended. Yun Ting is too pitiful. His face was beaten so badly that he doesn't even resemble a human anymore. Junior sister Bai Ming is way too ruthless. Why does it feel like she has a deep grudge against junior brother Yin? As expected of the monster incarnate who attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, she suppressed senior brother Yin the moment she entered the perfected One realm. Is this the martial Dao? It's way too strong. Even junior brother Yin's powerful sword blood can't suppress junior sister Bai Ming's blood qi. The sword intent contained in junior sister Bai Ming's blood qi is clearly even more terrifying. However, she doesn't seem to have completely mastered it. How do I cultivate the martial Dao? I wonder if it's too late for me to cultivate the martial Dao now. The outcome of this battle exceeded the expectations of most sword cultivators and caused a huge commotion among the 8 sword peaks. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, Qin Zhong, and the other peak perfected immortals had conflicted expressions and were filled with emotions. Wang Dong smiled bitterly. To think that junior sister Bai Ming's combat strength would still be so terrifying without a Dao fruit. Previously, I even persuaded her repeatedly not to cultivate the martial Dao. Now that I think about it, I'm really ashamed. Qin Zhong grinned and clicked his tongue. Junior sister Bai Ming is way too ruthless. She's already invincible among her peers the moment she advanced to the perfected One realm. Gong Suinyu lamented as well. That's right. If junior sister Bai Ming comprehends the peerless divine power of a sword of frost in the future, Junior Brother Yin will be even more inferior to her. It's not just Junior Brother Yin. Xinyu said, if Junior Sister Baiming's cultivation realm catches up to ours, we'll probably not be her match either. On the peak of extreme, Sword Peak. Even I'm a little curious about what the martial Tao is now. From my observations, the martial Tao focuses on the cultivation of the physique and bloodline. Baiming Xue's physique and bloodline are so strong that no one of the same cultivation realm can match her. With such a physique and bloodline coupled with her sword soul, sword Tao and heart of the sword, Baiming Xue is like a pure and flawless immortal sword. Congratulations, Brother Liu. The Peak Masters cupped their fists. Carnage Sword Peak will have a chance of leading the 8 Sword Peaks with Baiming Xue around. Lu Yin was already overjoyed in his heart, but he still pretended to be calm on the surface and nodded slightly. She has just entered the perfected one realm after all. She's still far from it. Now that Baiming Xue has become a perfected immortal, you can officially take her in as a disciple, Brother Liu. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak said Baiming Xue's talent in the sword Tao is unparalleled. You have to teach her well. At the mention of that, Lu Yin shook his head gently. Baiming Xue has no intention of becoming my disciple yet. She seems to still want to cultivate with Su Zhu. How can that be? The Peak Master of Fiend Sword Peak frowned. Su Zhu's cultivation is similar to Baiming Xue's. Wouldn't he just be dragging her genius down? This is not going to be easy. Lu Yin said in a deep voice, no matter what, Baiming Xue attained her current achievements by cultivating the martial Tao he created. Furthermore, this person even saved Baiming Xue from the verge of death and imparted the first version of the 3 great sword arts to her. From a certain perspective, he's a benefactor to our entire sword world. It would seem rude if I asked him to leave Baiming Xue. Chapter 2760. Chapter 2760. Seeing Through the Mortal World. Chapter 2760. Seeing Through the Mortal World. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since the battle between Baiming Xue and Yunting. For the past half a year, Su Zimo had been in seclusion in Baiming Xue's cave abode. He enjoyed a rare period of peace after arriving at the Sword World. During this period, no one came to challenge him. On this day, a spirit consciousness fluctuation came from outside the cave abode. Although Su Zimo sensed it, the spirit consciousness fluctuation was a little weak. He remained in a meditative state and did not wake up. Brother Su, Brother Su. After a while, the spirit consciousness fluctuation spread in again cautiously. Yunting. Su Zimo opened his eyes. He did not know what Yunting was doing here, but he still channeled his spirit consciousness and opened the door of the cave abode. When Yunting saw the door of the cave abode open, he did not walk in. Instead, he looked inside from the entrance of the cave abode, looking for something. Su Zimo raised his voice. Brother Yin, what's wrong? Why not come in for a chat? Yunting coughed gently and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Brother Su, is your disciple inside? Baiming Xue. Su Zimo said she's not around. She went to Myriad Sword Palace to cultivate. After Baiming Xue became a legacy disciple, she had the chance to head to Myriad Sword Palace and cultivate before the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel to comprehend the taboo mystic classic of the sword world, the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. The Zenith Heaven Sword Classic was imprinted on the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel. In the sword world, the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic did not belong to anyone. Back then, Great Emperor Zenith Heaven had once passed down an ancient rule that as long as a legacy disciple of the sword world swore not to impart the sword classic privately or betray the sword world, they could come to the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic to comprehend the sword Tao. It was also because of Great Emperor Zenith Heaven's ancient rule that the sword world was one of the strongest worlds in the past few eras. Everyone who read the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic comprehended different sword daos according to their different experiences, physiques, bloodlines, and cultivation techniques in the past. From that, the 8 most powerful sword daos of the sword world were derived, creating the current 8 sword peaks. Oh, when he heard that Bai Ming Xue was not inside, Yun Ting heaved a sigh of relief. As though it was a load off his shoulders, he relaxed and swaggered into the cave abode. "What's the matter, Brother Yin?" Su Zimo asked. Just as Yun Ting was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Su Zimo's cultivation realm. His eyes widened and he cried out, "Your cultivation speed is way too fast. You're already at the celestial being realm?" Su Zimo nodded. "It's been half a year." During the tribulation transcendence, Yun Ting's attention was on Bai Ming Xue, and he did not notice that Su Zimo had already broken through. Advancement in the perfected one realm was much more difficult than the black, earth, and heaven essence realms. Not only did it require a large amount of heaven and earth essence qi and cultivation resources, it also required a new comprehension of the world. Even with his talent and specialization in the sword Dao, Yun Ting had yet to cultivate to the peak of the convergence realm. However, Su Zimo was already at the celestial being realm. Yun Ting had always treated Su Zimo as his opponent. Even after being defeated by Su Zimo twice, he was not discouraged. However, his loss to Bai Ming Xue half a year ago had indeed dealt him a considerable blow. Now that he saw that Su Zimo's cultivation realm had already surpassed his heart suffered another blow. The previous 2 times Su Zimo defeated him, Su Zimo's cultivation realm was lower than his. Furthermore, Su Zimo did not release his full strength. At the very least, he did not release the blood qi of the creation Green Lotus. Yun Ting's chances were even less if they had fought at the same cultivation realm. But now, Su Zimo's cultivation realm was even higher than his. This meant that there was no way he could defeat Su Zimo. No matter how proud and conceited Yun Ting was, he could not help but feel discouraged. Su Zimo smiled and changed the topic. "Are you here to spar with Bai Ming?" He thought that Yun Ting must have asked about Bai Ming Xue's whereabouts because he wanted to spar with her. Furthermore, Yun Ting was belligerent by nature. He would definitely not be willing to admit defeat after losing to Bai Ming Xue in front of everyone and would find an opportunity to fight again. Unexpectedly, when Yun Ting heard the word spar with Bai Ming, he shuddered and said hurriedly, "I'm not looking for her. I'm not sparring with her." Well, Su Zimo was stunned when he saw Yun Ting's resistance. Yun Ting was so belligerent and conceited. He actually did not want to regain his dignity after losing once. He had defeated Yun Ting twice, but Yun Ting was unconvinced and wanted to spar with him for the 3rd time. Yet, Bai Ming Xue managed to subdue Yun Ting in one go. Su Zimo looked at Yun Ting with a fake smile and asked, "Didn't you want to court Bai Ming?" No. Yun Ting shook his head like a rattledrum and said with lingering fear, "That crazy woman." The moment he said that, he realized that it was inappropriate. He coughed gently and corrected himself. "That disciple of yours is way too fierce. I can't deal with her." To be had to recuperate for 2 months just after fighting with her. If we become Dao companions in the future, it'll be terrible. I'm afraid I won't be able to live past next year. Su Zimo. Even after half a year, Yun Ting's face was still filled with deep fear. Suddenly, Su Zimo regretted not watching the battle personally. He did not know what happened in that battle between the 2 of them to give Yun Ting such a huge psychological trauma. Su Zimo consoled. "Bai Ming is not the only woman in the sword world. You can look for other women." "No thanks." Yun Ting waved it off and winced. "Women are all the same. They're terrifyingly fierce. Although my sister is usually quiet and gentle, she's ruthless when she goes crazy. It's best to just cultivate the sword Dao. I won't have such thoughts in the future. I should just focus on cultivating with my sword." Brother Su, this tribulation is probably a test from the heavens for me. It reminds me that I should focus on cultivating the sword Tao and not let my thoughts run wild. Yun Ting lamented, as though he had seen through the mortal world and was enlightened. Su Zimo had a strange expression. He could actually sense a Buddhist Zen aura from Yun Ting. Well, Su Zimo muttered internally. Could Bai Ming Xue have beaten Yun Ting into thoughts of asceticism? If Yun Zhu knew about this, who knew what she would think? Right then, a voice sounded from outside the door. Young friend Su Zhu, I'm the Peak Master of Carnage, Sword Peak, Lu Yin. I'm here to visit. The Peak Master of Carnage, Sword Peak. Su Zimo and Yun Ting exchanged glances in confusion, not knowing why this immortal king expert had come to visit. Please come in. Su Zimo stood up and welcomed Lu Yun into his cave abode. When Lu Yun saw Yun Ting, he smiled and nodded slightly. Peak Master Lu, do you need me to leave? Yun Ting bowed and asked. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment. There's no need for that. Thereafter, he turned to look at Su Zimo and cupped his fist slightly, saying in a deep voice, I'm here this time round to thank you, young friend Su Zhu. Senior, you're being too polite. Why are you thanking me? Su Zimo asked. Lu Yin said, Thank you for imparting Bai Ming Xue, the martial Dao young friend. You nurtured such a peerless genius and even saved her from death. Chapter 2761. Chapter 2761. A Gift of Thanks. Chapter 2761. A Gift of Thanks. In truth, Su Zimo had always been an outsider in the years he came to the sword world. However, the people of the sword world had always treated him with respect. As an immortal king expert, the Peak Master of Carnage Sword Peak was even willing to personally thank him for Bai Ming Xue. Even if some sword cultivators were dissatisfied with him, they would only openly challenge him. Even if they lost, there were no plots or schemes, nor would they invite any experts to take revenge for them. Due to the upright atmosphere of the sword world, it nurtured so many open and magnanimous sword cultivators. Su Zimo smiled. Senior, you're being too polite. As Bai Ming's master, these are my responsibilities. Lu Yun nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. He looked at Su Zimo and said, Young friend Su Zhu, there's something that might be a little presumptuous. I wonder if I... Senior, feel free to speak. Su Zimo said, Young friend, you're straightforward. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. Lu Yun said, Bai Ming Xue has already become a perfected immortal, and your cultivation realm is only slightly higher than hers. I think it would be better for her if an immortal king expert imparted the Tao to her. Of course, you will still be Bai Ming Xue's master. There's no doubt about that. Su Zimo shook his head gently. Bai Ming Xue cultivates the martial Tao. Even emperor experts might not be able to guide her on the martial Tao, let alone immortal king experts. Lu Yin said, However, if I'm not wrong, you're not cultivating the martial Tao either, young friend. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. However, I'm the only one who can guide her in the martial Tao. Lu Yun hesitated. In reality, there were other reasons why he wanted to insist on his stance. However, when he saw that Su Zimo's tone was firm and difficult to sway, it would seem rude if he continued persuading. Lu Yun smiled. I was just asking casually. I hope you won't take it to heart, young friend. Naturally, Su Zimo did not mind. Lu Yin was doing this out of goodwill because he wanted Bai Ming Xue to become stronger. However, it was true that others could not guide Bai Ming Xue in the martial Tao. Lu Yin said, By the way, I'm here to thank you as a token of Carnage Sword Peak sincerity. I've also prepared a thank you gift for you, young friend. I hope you'll accept it. Yun Ting was secretly speechless. As a peak master and a peak immortal king, Lu Yin was already very sincere by thanking him in person. To think that he even prepared a thank you gift. Senior, you're too polite. Su Zimo was about to decline when Lu Yun waved his hand gently. Young friend, don't be in a hurry to decline. Please listen to me. Young friend, I already know that you imparted the 3 great sword arts to Bai Ming Xue. I believe you've already cultivated the 3 great sword arts as well. Su Zimo had no intention of hiding this matter to begin with. When he saw that Bai Ming Xue did not suffer in the sword world and was valued instead, he had already planned to impart the 3 great sword arts to her. From a certain perspective, it was equivalent to the return of the 3 great sword arts to the sword world. Lu Yun continued. The owner of the 3 great sword arts, Emperor Immortal Vanquishing, was once the peak master of Carnage, Sword Peak. Back then, he left all his sword intent on Carnage, Sword Peak. The thank you gift I prepared for you is a chance to experience the sword intent of Emperor Immortal Vanquishing by going to the back of Carnage, Sword Peak. As for how much you can comprehend, that will depend on your own ability. Of course, there's a prerequisite. You can't impart the sword Tao of Carnage, Sword Peak, to outsiders in private. A chance to experience Emperor Immortal Vanquishing's sword intent. Su Zimo was tempted. This was a rare opportunity for him. Brother Su, what are you waiting for? Agree quickly. At the side, Yun Ting sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness hurriedly. Under normal circumstances, those who are not from the sword world would not have the chance to experience the sword intents of the 8 sword peaks. This thank you gift is filled with sincerity. Don't worry. You don't have to have any reservations. People of the sword world do things openly and won't plot against you. At the very least, they won't harm you. Su Zimo agreed with Yun Ting. As a peak master and an immortal king expert, there was no need for Lu Yun to go through so much trouble to deal with him. However, he had a nagging feeling that Lu Yun seemed to have another motive behind the thank you gift. Lu Yun continued, Young friend, you will definitely gain some insights after sensing the sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal Vanquishing, since you've cultivated the 3 great sword arts. In the future, you can also guide Bai Ming Xue in the Carnage Sword Tao. All right. Su Zimo no longer declined and agreed right away. On the peak of Carnage, Sword Peak. Apart from Lu Yun, who was not around, the other 7 peak masters were gathered here, sipping tea and chatting. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak said, I heard that Brother Lu went to give Su Zhu a gift. The peak master of 5 elements, Sword Peak, smiled. That's right. The thank you gift that Brother Lu prepared is very meaningful. What do you mean? The peak master of Tyrant, Sword Peak, was puzzled. The peak master of 5 elements, Sword Peak, explained. He's allowing Su Zhu to head to the back of Carnage, Sword Peak, to sense the sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal Vanquishing. It's very sincere of him indeed. However, unless one is a monster incarnate of the sword Tao, how can ordinary cultivators comprehend the essence of the Carnage sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal Vanquishing? Although Su Zhu has cultivated the 3 great sword arts, can he compare to Bai Ming Xue in the sword Tao? Bai Ming Xue has already cultivated the Immortal Vanquishing sword to a quasi-peerless divine power level. Even after sensing the sword intent of Emperor Immortal Vanquishing, she could not break through. How much can that Su Zhu comprehend? The other peak masters nodded as well. As long as it was a sword cultivator of Carnage, Sword Peak, they would have a chance to sense Emperor Immortal Vanquishing's sword intent. However, after so many years, how many sword cultivators could comprehend the Immortal Vanquishing sword? On the other hand, Lin Xuanjin of Sever Sword Peak and Yun Ting of Extreme Sword Peak managed to cultivate the Immortal Vanquishing sword to a quasi-peerless level. The Peak Master of Illusory Sword Peak said, If Su Zhu senses nothing, he will also understand that he has no right to guide Bai Ming Xue in the sword Tao. Brother Lu has put in a lot of thought into this thank you gift. The Peak Master of Fiend Sword Peak said, If Su Zhu can realize his shortcomings and withdraw voluntarily, it can be considered as preserving his dignity as well. The Peak Master of Zen Sword Peak said, "Speaking of which, among the legacy disciples of this generation, Lin Xuanjin, Baiming Xue, and Yun Ting have all comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword to a quasi-peerless level. I believe that, with their talent, the three of them will be able to comprehend the true immortal vanquishing sword in the end. However, I wonder who can control this peerless divine power first. Why don't we make bets?" Suddenly, the Peak Master of Fiend Sword Peak was interested. "I'll bet on Lin Xuanjin." After all, Lin Xuanjin's cultivation realm far surpassed Baiming Xue and Yun Ting's. She indeed had a better chance of comprehending the mortal vanquishing sword first. Apart from the Peak Master of Fiend Sword Peak, for other Peak Masters of the Seven placed their bets on Lin Xuanjin. Only one of them thought highly of Baiming Xue and the other thought highly of Yun Ting. "Huh." The Peak Master of Fiend Sword Peak laughed. "We'll count Brother Lu in when he returns." As everyone chatted and laughed, 3 figures sped towards Carnage Sword Peak from afar. Their leader was none other than Lu Yin. Behind him were Su Zimo and Yun Ting. Chapter 2762. Chapter 2762. Carnage Sword Intent. Chapter 2762. Carnage Sword Intent. A large number of sword cultivators were gathered beside the sword cleansing pool. Ever since Baiming Xue transcended the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, many sword cultivators wanted to follow her cultivation method and cultivate nearby. At the front of Carnage Sword Peak was a sword chi waterfall that rumbled endlessly. Emperor Immortal Vanquishing's sword intent was behind the mountain. Yun Ting bade farewell to Su Zimo here and returned to Extreme Sword Peak. Su Zimo followed Lu Yun around Carnage Sword Peak. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, the roar of the sword chi waterfall disappeared instantly. Carnage Sword Peak was like an immortal sword erected here. The front and back of the mountain peak were like 2 sides of the immortal sword, isolating 2 different worlds. There were clearly fewer sword cultivators behind the mountain of Carnage Sword Peak. Generally speaking, one could only observe and sense the sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal Vanquishing after becoming a perfected immortal. It was not that the sword world had deliberately set a threshold to make things difficult for the sword cultivators. It was because their cultivation realms were insufficient and cultivators could not withstand Emperor Immortal Vanquishing's sword intent head-on. At that moment, some perfected immortals behind the mountain were calm and focused. They raised their heads slightly and looked at the sword marks left behind on the back of the mountain peak, sensing them silently. Emperor Immortal Vanquishing's carnage, sword intent, was all contained in these sword marks. Lu Yin said softly, "Young friend Su Zhu, there's something I have to tell you in advance." The sword marks on this mountain peak were left behind by Emperor Immortal Vanquishing back then. The carnage sword intent inside will have a huge impact on the Tao heart. Even some paragons of carnage, Sword Peak, might not be able to sit here for more than 2 hours. If you feel that something is wrong and you can't withstand it, please don't force yourself. Retreat in time and distance yourself from this carnage, Sword Peak. That way, you'll be able to escape the influence of the carnage sword intent. The moment he said that, a sword cultivator not far away suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression changed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The person panted heavily with bloodshot eyes and a murderous aura. He had already lost his rationality. Lu Yun frowned slightly and waved his robe sleeve, moving the sword cultivator far away. He called out softly, "Your Tao heart is unstable. If you continue to act tough, you will only suffer." Those words seemed to be a reminder to Su Zimo as well. The sword cultivator shuddered, and the blood in his eyes faded gradually, allowing him to regain consciousness. Embarrassed, the person struggled to his feet and bowed to Lu Yun before slowly retreating. Young friend Su Zhu, you saw it too. Lu Yun turned around and said, I don't know much about you and don't know how your Dao heart is. If you don't gain anything from sensing the carnage sword intent, there's no need to force yourself. Your body is the most important. Su Zimo smiled. Don't worry, senior. I know my limits. Lu Yun gave a few more reminders before turning to leave. He soared all the way to the peak of the mountain. When Su Zimo arrived before Carnage Sword Peak, he did not sit down. Instead, he stood on the spot and looked at the sword marks left behind by Emperor Immortal Vanquishing. His heart skipped a beat as he held the Bodhi seed in his palm. To him, this was the best opportunity to comprehend the Immortal Vanquishing sword. He could not miss it. With the Bodhi seed in his hand, his perception and comprehension increased as well. In reality, Su Zimo had cultivated the 3 great sword arts for even longer than Bai Ming Xue. Furthermore, he comprehended the first version of the 3 great sword arts. Bai Ming Xue had a sword-shaped martial spirit, talent in the sword Dao, and unprecedented comprehension of the sword Dao. However, she had not been in contact with the first version ancient scrolls of the 3 great sword arts for long. Furthermore, Su Zimo possessed the body of a grade 12 creation green lotus, be it cultivating the immortal, fiend, or Buddhist Daos. There were no obstacles to it. He could fuse them into his dermic Dao and turn it into his own creation. It was the same for cultivating the sword Dao. The immortal vanquishing sword that Su Zimo cultivated was already at the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. Coupled with the fact that he had cultivated the 2 great sword arts for many years and accumulated them, now that he could sense the sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal Vanquishing back then, the final transformation was only a matter of time. Su Zimo had mastered many killing techniques. Not only were there the 3 great sword arts, there was also a secret skill with extremely strong killing intent, like White Tiger Corpse Collection. He was no stranger to killing intent. Most importantly, Su Zimo had cultivated the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra before. The inspiration for the 3 great sword arts created by Emperor Immortal Vanquishing originated from a passage in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. Su Zimo had also read the complete Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. His understanding of those words was not inferior to Emperor Immortal Vanquishing. Coupled with the 3 great sword arts and the carnage sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal Vanquishing, it was only a matter of time before Su Zimo comprehended the peerless divine power, the Immortal Vanquishing sword. On the peak of the mountain, Brother Lu, make a guess. Who do you think will comprehend the Immortal Vanquishing sword first? Lin Xuanjin, Bai Ming Xue, or Yun Ting? The few of us have already made our bets. The peak masters urged. Lu Yin shook his head gently. How can it be so easy to cultivate a peerless divine power? It's difficult for the 3 of them to comprehend it in a short period of time. Who can say for sure when such a distant matter will happen? It will probably take thousands or even tens of thousands of years for the outcome to be decided. The peak master of 5 elements, Sword Peak, nodded and said, What Brother Lu said makes sense. In my opinion, let's change our bet to something that can be decided quickly. That's easy. The peak master of Tyrant, Sword Peak, smiled and said, Let's bet on how long. Su Zhu can last against the sword intent of Carnage, Sword Peak. All right, that's a good idea. The eyes of the other peak masters lit up. The peak master of Illusory Sword Peak said, If I remember correctly, back then, Lin Xuanjin, Yun Ting, and Bai Ming Xue lasted for 6 hours before they were forced to retreat. Su Zhu will definitely not be able to reach 6 hours. His Tao heart will be pretty strong if he can even sit for a full 2 hours. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak said, I'll bet an hour. In my opinion, he can only last for 15 minutes at most. Aren't you guys looking down on him too much? I bet he can sit for a full 2 hours. The 8 peak masters placed their bets one after another and chatted casually as they waited. Time passed slowly. 15 minutes. An hour later. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed, and Su Zimo was still comprehending without moving. We were all wrong. Looks like Brother Lu won. The peak masters exchanged glances and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Among the 8 peak masters, only Lu Yun guessed that Su Zimo could last for 4 hours. In reality, he did not have high expectations for Su Zimo initially as well. However, after his interaction with Su Zimo earlier on, his intuition told him that this young man was far from simple. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. Su Zimo was still comprehending below. To think that this lad would be able to hold on for so long. The few of us were wrong this time round. The 8 peak masters still had relaxed expressions and chuckled. As time passed, the smiles on the faces of the 8 peak masters decreased. At that moment, 6 hours had passed, and Su Zimo still showed no signs of leaving. The 8 peak masters exchanged glances with grim expressions. The peak master of 5 elements Sword Peak said, This lad's Tao heart is indeed very strong. He's actually comparable to Lin Xuanjin and the other 2. The other peak masters were silent. Right now, it was no longer a matter of standing shoulder to shoulder. If Su Zimo continued comprehending, he would have already surpassed Lin Xuanjin and the other 2. 8 hours. Su Zimo's eyes were still closed, and he was motionless. After the 10th hour, Carnage Sword Peak was already shrouded in darkness by the night. However, the 8 figures on the peak did not look tired at all. Suddenly, a commotion sounded from below. Su Zimo opened his eyes and moved. Chapter 2763. Chapter 2763. Peerless Comprehension. Chapter 2763. Peerless Comprehension. Sensing that, the 8 peak masters heaved a sigh of relief. He finally can't hold on any longer. Before the peak master of Sever Sword Peak could finish her sentence, her expression changed. Something's not right. The other peak masters noticed something amiss at the same time. Su Zimo did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward from Carnage Sword Peak. Immediately after, a shuddering and terrifying killing intent burst forth from Su Zimo's body and surged into the skies. A clear sword hum sounded from his body incessantly. The terrifying killing intent from Su Zimo touched Carnage Sword Peak and even resonated with the sword marks on it. The commotion here instantly woke up the surrounding sword cultivators. The sword cultivators widened their eyes and looked at Su Zimo in horror, retreating one after another. An extremely sharp sword chi surrounded Su Zimo's body. It was sharp and murderous. Many sword cultivators could not withstand it at all. The sword chi condensed with a terrifying killing intent and gathered behind Su Zimo continuously. In a blur, a phantom sword appeared with a faint blood color. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Lu Yun had a conflicted expression as he lamented. So not only does this person have a strong Tao heart, he's also talented in the sword Tao with the help of the Carnage sword intent of Carnage Sword Peak. He actually comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword to the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. I really don't know what this person has experienced to be able to forge such a powerful Tao heart. The Peak Master of Zen Sword Peak praised as well. The other Peak Masters were silent and merely stared fixedly at the phantom sword below. As time passed by, the sword became clearer and gradually materialized. The blood color gradually enveloped its body and became even more blinding. This is... The 8 Peak Masters exchanged glances and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that Su Zhu was about to comprehend an actual, peerless divine power? That was way too terrifying. Throughout history, the sword world had produced paragons and monster incarnates as well. There was no lack of people who comprehended that peerless divine power of the sword Tao. However, none of them comprehended that peerless divine power the first time they arrived at Carnage Sword Peak. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the 8 Peak Masters would not have believed it. Zing! The blood-colored sword behind Su Zimo had already condensed completely and emitted a cold sword hum with killing intent. The blade of the sword seemed to be stained with blood and was like a deathly blade that was extremely dazzling in the dark night. The resonance between the immortal vanquishing sword and Carnage Sword Peak became clearer, and the latter even began to tremble slightly. Carnage Sword Peak was the core of Carnage Sword Continent. The vibration of the mountain instantly woke up all the sword cultivators on the continent, and they broke out of seclusion one after another. What a strong killing intent. What happened? I'm not sure. Could it be that a powerful enemy is attacking? Look over there. After the initial confusion, many sword cultivators quickly discovered the blood-colored sword that pierced into the clouds in the direction of Carnage Sword Peak and could not help but gasp. This is the immortal vanquishing sword. Heavens, someone comprehended the peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword. Ordinary disciples might not know what had happened, but legacy disciples like Wang Dong were shocked and exclaimed when they saw that. Who is it? Who comprehended that peerless divine power? Could it be Junior's sister Baiming? That's not right. Junior sister Baiming is cultivating in Myriad Sword Palace at this moment. It shouldn't be her. I think someone saw Yun Ting heading in that direction. When many sword cultivators saw that, they hurried to Carnage Sword Peak to take a look. On the one hand, it was out of curiosity. On the other hand, sensing the Carnage sword intent of the immortal vanquishing sword at close range was also extremely beneficial to them. On the peak of the mountain, after the initial shock, the 8 Peak Masters gradually calmed down. Among them, Lu Yin had the most complicated feelings. The main reason why he sent this thank you gift was because he wanted Su Zhu to realize his shortcomings and retreat after realizing that he could not impart the Tao to Bai Mingshui. However, to think that this thank you gift would fulfill this person's wish. It allowed this person to take the huge leap and comprehend the peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword. The Peak Master of Extreme, Sword Peak Side, to think that the few of us would all lose. Who would have thought that an outsider would be able to comprehend the peerless divine power of our sword Tao before Lin Xuanjin, Bai Mingshui, and Yun Ting? The Peak Master of Fiend Sword Peak was exasperated as well. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak looked at Lu Yin. It's the worst for Brother Lu. I'm afraid your hopes of taking in Bai Mingshui will come to naught. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Su Zhu comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword first, which meant that he was extremely talented in the sword Tao. Although his cultivation realm was slightly lower, he was fully qualified to impart the Tao to Bai Mingshui. Even though he wanted to, it was no longer appropriate for him to mention taking in Bai Mingshui as a disciple. Lu Yin pondered for a moment. It's a pity that this lad isn't from the sword world. If he could join the sword world, Su Zhu, Lin Xuanjin, Bai Mingshui, and Yun Ting would be among the legacy disciples of this generation. Their futures would be limitless. When Lu Yin finished speaking, he noticed that the other 7 didn't react and remained silent. However, the eyes of the 7 Peak Masters flickered, as though they were planning something. Lu Yin instantly understood and scolded, "Hey, don't think I can't tell what you guys are up to. Su Zhu first arrived in my Carnage Sword Peak. Furthermore, he's Bai Mingshui's master. Even if he joins the sword world, he should join my Carnage Sword Peak. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak shrugged gently. That's hard to say. You even tried everything to stop him from remaining as Bai Ming Shui's master just now. The fact that he arrived in Carnage Sword Peak first doesn't mean that he will join your Carnage Sword Peak. The Peak Master of Extreme Sword Peak said, I've always admired Su Zhu. Furthermore, he's Yun Ting's brother-in-law. It's the most suitable for both of them to be in Extreme Sword Peak. He's most suited to cultivate the tyrant Sword Dao. This lad has great wisdom. He'll definitely shine if he joins my Zen Sword Peak. Why make him cultivate the Zen sword out of nowhere? Lin Xuanjin of my Sever Sword Peak doesn't have a Dao companion yet. I think the two of them are quite compatible. Your 3 sword peaks already have Lin Xuanjin, Bai Ming Shui, and Yun Ting. Stop fighting with the rest of our sword peaks for him. The harmonious atmosphere of the 8 peak masters earlier on was changed suddenly. They argued with flushed faces on the mountain peak, unwilling to give in to each other. Right then, the blood-colored immortal vanquishing sword swayed slightly. At the foot of the mountain, Su Zimo grunted, as though he was enduring immense pain. His body trembled slightly, and his skin cracked, oozing blood that dyed his green robes red. The 8 peak masters were not surprised by this. The reason why peerless divine powers were powerful was not only in terms of power. The first time a peerless divine power was comprehended, the power of the peerless divine power would descend and cleanse one's body and bloodline, tempering their essence, spirit, and Tao fruit. With that, the overall strength of the cultivator would undergo a transformation. At that moment, Su Zhu was enduring the baptism of the immortal vanquishing sword. Chapter 2764. Chapter 2764. Revival of the Green Lotuses. Chapter 2764. Revival of the Green Lotuses. Each time a peerless divine power was comprehended, they would experience the same process. However, peerless divine powers were different, and the way they baptized cultivators was different as well. If one comprehended a peerless divine power like astral imprisonment, the damage to cultivators would be less, and the process of baptizing the body, bloodline, essence spirit, and Tao fruit would be relatively gentle. As for the immortal vanquishing sword, it condensed a peerless carnage, sword intent, and had the heaviest killing power. Therefore, the impact damage to cultivators was extremely terrifying as well. If he wanted to release the peerless divine power, he had to withstand to himself and obtain the recognition of the peerless divine power first. The more Lu Yin looked at Su Zhu, who was below, the more he found the latter pleasing to the eye. Right now, there was already a hint of worry in his eyes as he murmured. He comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword at the celestial being realm. The baptism of the peerless divine power is extremely damaging for him. I wonder if he can withstand it. There were 4 minor realms in the perfected one realm. Naturally, the later one comprehended the peerless divine power, the lower the risk. For paradise void perfected immortals. Their physiques, bloodlines, essence spirits, and Tao fruits would already be cultivated to the perfected realm and maintained at the peak. Therefore, there would not be much danger if they comprehended peerless divine powers at that time. However, the 8 peak masters stared at it for a while and revealed shocked expressions. The peak master of Tyrant Sword Peak was shocked. This lad's physique is so strong. He was not severely injured, even after enduring the sword chi of the immortal vanquishing sword. He only bled a little. That's right. This superficial wound is nothing for a perfected immortal. The peak master of 5 elements, Sword Peak, nodded as well. At that moment, the 8 peak masters had already begun to plan how to invite Su Zimo to join their Sword Peak after he received the baptism of the immortal vanquishing sword. Brother Lu. Right then, the peak master of Extreme, Sword Peak, suddenly shouted. For some unknown reason, his voice even trembled. What's wrong? Lu Yin asked casually without looking up. Look. The Peak Master of Extreme Sword Peak exclaimed. The Peak Masters could tell that there was something wrong with his tone and looked over instinctively. When the 8 of them saw everything before them, their eyes widened and their hearts skipped a beat, as though they had seen a ghost. How is that possible? The 8 Peak Masters lost their composure and were dumbfounded with shock. Behind them, the withered lotus flowers were gradually reviving and growing tender green spots to recover their vitality. The lotus flowers revived extremely quickly. Right in front of the 8 Peak Masters, their withered yellow color faded and they turned emerald green and filled with vitality. Like a spring breeze, all the lotus flowers came to life. Green lotuses swayed gently on the mountain peak, and plump buds grew one after another, blooming slowly in front of the 8 Peak Masters. Not only did the green lotuses on the Peak of Carnage, Sword Peak, recover their vitality, they even bloomed after a few breaths. When the 8 Peak Masters saw that, it was as though they were witnessing a miracle. Back then, Emperor Immortal Vanquishing scattered the lotus seeds of the creation green lotus here and planted this patch of lotus flowers. Ever since Emperor Immortal Vanquishing died and the creation green lotus shattered and disappeared, the lotus flowers on the mountain peak had never bloomed again. But now, all the green lotuses on the mountain peak had revived and bloomed. What did that mean? Am I seeing things? Even now, the Peak Master of Extreme, Sword Peak, murmured in disbelief. How could this be? The Peak Master of Sever, Sword Peak, frowned. Could it be related to Su Zhu? The Peak Master of Fiend, Sword Peak, said, Su Zhu only comprehended the divine power of the immortal vanquishing sword. Why would it cause the green lotuses on the mountain peak to bloom? Before this, there were also seniors of the sword world who comprehended the immortal vanquishing, sword behind Carnage, Sword Peak. There was no reaction from these green lotuses at that time. Lu Yun frowned and fell into deep thought. It was as though he had neglected something extremely important. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lu Yun's mind. Prior to this, a few green lotuses on the mountain peak had undergone an abnormality and suddenly revived. That was when Bai Ming Xue broke through. Instinctively, Lu Yun thought that it was because of Bai Ming Xue's breakthrough that there was a reaction from the green lotuses. However, later on, when he called Bai Ming Xue to the peak of the mountain, the surrounding green lotuses did not react. As such, he disregarded that guess. Thereafter, he did not pursue the matter either. Now that Lu Yun thought about it again, he realized that he had overlooked someone. Su Zhu. When Bai Ming Xue broke through, Su Zhu seemed to have just entered the celestial being realm as well. If the revival of the green lotuses on the mountain peak was not caused by Bai Ming Xue, it might have been caused by Su Zhu. Now Su Zhu was below and the green lotuses on the mountain peak had all recovered their vitality. Su Zhu was involved both times. This could not be a coincidence. If there was anything in this world that could revive the green lotuses on the mountain peak and restore their life forces in a few dozen breaths, it would probably be the legendary creation Green Lotus. What's the name of the cultivator who possessed the body of the creation Green Lotus in the heavenly world previously? Lu Yun looked down at the figure below and suddenly made the connection as he asked. The Peak Master of Illusory, Sword Peak, said in a deep voice. His surname seems to be Su. However, that person has already died in the Emperor's tomb. Don't tell me that you think. Someone from the heavenly world with the surname Su as well. Lu Yun looked at Su Zimo's blood-stained green robes below and nodded slightly. There's no mistake. He should be that cultivator with the body of the creation Green Lotus. Because the baptism of his body by the immortal vanquishing sword earlier on released the bloodline aura of the creation Green Lotus. The green lotus seeds on the mountain peak woke up one after another when they sensed that aura. The other peak masters nodded as well. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak said, I'm afraid only the creation green lotus can make the withered lotus flowers on the mountain peak bloom in such a short period of time. The peak master of Zen Sword Peak said, "In that case, there's an explanation for another matter." Previously, when Baiming Shui transcended the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation and her life was on the line, even we were helpless. However, she was saved by this lad. I'm afraid it's also because he made use of the bloodline of the creation green lotus. Creation green lotus. A bright glint flashed through the eyes of the peak master of Fiend Sword Peak. To think that the creation green lotus would come to our sword world once more in this generation. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. Everyone. Suddenly, the peak master of Fiend Sword Peak said, "Back then, even Emperor Immortal Vanquishing could not nurture the creation green lotus to grade 12. But now, Suju has the body of a grade 12 creation green lotus. If it can be used well, the 8 of us have a chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm." When they heard that, the other 7 peak masters had different expressions. Some frowned, some glared angrily, some were shocked, and some were expressionless. Lu Yun glared at the peak master of Fiend Sword Peak with a cold gaze and said slowly, "Brother Shui, what are you talking about? Let me remind you, although you cultivate the Fiend Tao, don't lose your humanity. Su Zhu is a living person. What are you thinking of doing to him?" The peak master of Sever Sword Peak frowned as well. "Brother Shui, your words earlier on were indeed a little irrational." When the peak master of Fiend Sword Peak, Shui Mo, saw that the 7 other peak masters were looking at him strangely, he hurriedly explained. "One was just saying it casually. It was just a fleeting thought. I won't really do anything to him." Lu Yun said in a deep voice, "We've cultivated the Sword Tao for many years and uphold righteousness in our hearts. We only do things with a clear conscience. We shouldn't even have such thoughts." "Exactly." The other peak masters nodded in agreement. Chapter 2765. Chapter 2765. Super Large World. Chapter 2765. Super Large World. Lu Yun glanced around and frowned when he saw countless figures speeding over in the night. The commotion here is too great, and all the sword cultivators of Carnage Sword Peak are alarmed. Let's go down and guard his surroundings. Don't let anything happen. Protecting Su Zimo was only one of the reasons. Lu Yin was also worried that something would happen to Su Zimo during the process of receiving the power of the peerless divine power, exposing the bloodline of the Green Lotus true body. This matter was of great importance and even had to be reported to the Emperor experts of Myriad Swords Palace. The 8 peak masters leaped down from the peak of Carnage, Sword Peak at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they arrived around Su Zimo and channeled continuously, forming an impenetrable sword chi barrier around him. Not only could no living being barge in, even the gazes and spirit consciousnesses of others could not enter. Su Zimo was receiving the baptism of the immortal vanquishing sword. However, he maintained his consciousness and could still sense the commotion around him. Su Zimo frowned slightly when he saw the 8 peak masters appear at the same time. He merely comprehended a peerless divine power, but the 8 peak masters were alarmed. This did not make sense. Thankfully, because his spirit perception did not warn him, and the 8 peak masters did not seem to be hostile towards him. Su Zimo did not act rashly either. "Young friend Su Zhu, if I'm not wrong, your bloodline should be the grade 12 creation green lotus." Right then, Lu Yan's voice sounded in Su Zimo's ears. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Earlier on, he did bleed a little. However, it was difficult for others to determine his green lotus true body just by noticing the blood on his body. After all, the green lotus bloodline did not have any special aura and did not look any different. Su Zimo did not know what went wrong. Furthermore, he could not predict what changes would happen in the sword world if the grade 12 creation green lotus was exposed. In reality, Su Zimo had an extremely good impression of the sword world after interacting with it for more than 3 years. The sword cultivators of the sword world were open and above board. Even towards an outsider like him, they would always treat him with respect. Even when people challenged him in the beginning, they had always upheld the principle of a fair spar. However, there was only one single creation green lotus in the entire world. Furthermore, it had already grown to its peak state. How many people could remain unmoved by such a treasure? Just as Su Zimo was deep in thought, Lu Yun's voice sounded once more. Young friend Su Zhu, don't worry. The 8 of us definitely have no ill intentions towards you. You can cultivate without worry. Exactly. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak added, the creation green lotus is extremely fated with our sword world. Even on account of the past Emperor Immortal vanquishing, we won't hurt you. The tone of the 2 Peak Masters was sincere, and coupled with the fact that his spirit perception did not warn him, Su Zimo gradually relaxed. In the current situation, if the 8 Peak Masters really wanted to harm him, he would not have a chance to escape. He might as well cultivate in peace and control the Immortal vanquishing sword first to complete his transformation. When Wang Dong and the other sword cultivators arrived at the back mountain of Carnage Sword Peak, they saw the 8 Peak Masters shielding a sword chi barrier. No one could see what was going on inside. What happened? Wang Dong asked in a low voice, which sword cultivator comprehended the Immortal vanquishing sword. They arrived late, and the sword cultivators who were at the foot of Carnage Sword Peak should know what had happened. A sword cultivator said, "It's junior sister Baiming's master, fellow Taoist Su Zhu." Su Zhu. Wang Dong and the other sword cultivators who came later were stunned when they heard that name. On the way over, they guessed a few names. However, no one expected that it would be Su Zhu who comprehended the Immortal vanquishing sword. Is it really Su Zhu? A sword cultivator was still in disbelief. It's true. Another person replied. Previously, Peak Master brought Su Zhu over. Su Zhu sensed Carnage Sword Peak for 10 hours before comprehending the peerless divine power directly. 10 hours. Wang Dong and the others were secretly speechless. The group of them could not even last 2 hours under Carnage Sword Peak. What's going on? Wang Dong looked at the 8 Peak Masters not far away and asked in a low voice. Fellow Taoist Su Zhu comprehended the Immortal vanquishing sword. Why are the 8 Peak Masters alarmed and personally came to protect him? Half a year ago, when Baiming Shui attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, only Peak Master Lu Yun appeared. It was indeed shocking that Su Zhu could comprehend the Immortal vanquishing sword. However, he was only an outsider after all. There was no need for the 8 Peak Masters to personally appear and protect him, right? I'm not sure either. A sword cultivator said. Su Zhu underwent the baptism of the peerless divine power and was slightly injured. Before long, the 8 Peak Masters appeared. Many sword cultivators were puzzled, but did not think too much about it. They only thought that Su Zhu's sudden comprehension of the Immortal vanquishing sword was the reason why the 8 Peak Masters valued him so much. From the looks of it, fellow Taoist Su Zhu is going to become our fellow disciple from today onwards as well. Wang Dong seemed to have seen through the intentions of the 8 Peak Masters and said with a smile. Dawn broke. Su Zimo had just completed the baptism of the peerless divine power, and his essence, Qi and spirit, had clearly increased by a level. He had just broken through to the celestial being realm. Due to the baptism of the peerless divine power, his cultivation realm had increased significantly as well and was comparable to 1,000 years of cultivation. Seniors, thank you for your protection. Su Zimo cupped his fists and thanked the 8 Peak Masters. Lu Yun smiled. Since you have the bloodline of the creation green lotus and have come to the sword world, don't worry. We'll do our best to protect you. Our sword world is a super large world within the Trichiliocosm. Although our territory is inferior to the heavenly world, our strength is not inferior. Even if that sect master of the academy can divine that you're here, we won't allow him to come to our sword world audaciously. Lu Yun's words made Su Zimo feel a sense of warmth that he had not felt for a long time. After his ascension, he was tense at all times and was hunted everywhere. Even after he entered Heaven and Earth Academy, he could not escape danger. It was only then that Su Zimo felt slightly relieved. Senior, what was this super large world that you were referring to? Su Zimo asked. Lu Yun explained. In the medium kiliacosm, the strength of the world has little to do with the territory size. As long as there are more than 10 Emperor experts, it will be considered a super large world. For example, the heavenly world, our sword world, dragon world, light world, great wilderness, and some other ancient worlds are all included. If a world has more than one but less than 10 Emperor experts, it will be considered a greater world. If they only have one Emperor, it will be a middle world. Of course, there are also some worlds that don't even have Emperor experts presiding over them. Their overall strength is low, and they are considered as lesser worlds. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yun continued, Young friend Suju, follow us to Myriad Sword Palace. Myriad Sword Palace. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. That's the core of the sword world. Only legacy disciples of the sword world can head there. I'm only an outsider after all. The Peak Master of Sever, Sword Peak, smiled. You have the creation green lotus bloodline and comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword. No matter how we look at it, you're not an outsider. What are we going to Myriad Sword Palace for? Su Zimo asked again. Lu Yin said, The fact that you comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword is enough to prove your talent in the sword Dao. Bai Ming Shui is comprehending in front of the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel of Myriad Sword Palace. You should go over and take a look too. Chapter 2766. Chapter 2766. Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. Chapter 2766. Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. The Zenith Heaven Sword Steel. Su Zimo was surprised. He learned from Bai Ming Shui that the taboo mystic classic of the sword world was engraved on the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel. Even with Bai Ming Shui's talent back then, she was not qualified to head to Myriad Sword Palace to comprehend the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic before becoming a legacy disciple. As for him, he was just an outsider to the sword world. Up till now, he had yet to reveal any intention of joining the sword world. Su Zimo shifted his gaze to the other Peak Masters. The other Peak Masters were not surprised either, as though they had long known of this decision. In reality, the 8 Peak Masters were not at the level where they could make the decision for him to comprehend the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel. The moment Lu Yun found out that Su Zimo possessed the creation Green Lotus, he sent a message to Myriad Sword Palace to report the matter to the emperors of the sword world. Before long, Myriad Sword Palace replied that Lu Yun and the others were to bring Su Zimo to Myriad Sword Palace to comprehend the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel. The emperors of the sword world had a simplistic view of the whole matter. Naturally, it would be best if Su Zimo could join the sword world. However, even if he refused, the sword world would do its best to protect him. The fact that they allowed Su Zimo to comprehend the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel could be considered a grand gesture of goodwill with him. How sharp were the emperors of the sword world! They were certain that Su Zimo would definitely be one of the top experts of the upper world in the future. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and agreed before long. Nobody could remain unmoved by a taboo mystic classic on the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel. Furthermore, when the creation Green Lotus advanced to grade 12, it gave birth to an extremely sharp duckweed sword. If he could comprehend something in front of the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel, his combat strength would increase by another level with the duckweed sword in hand. Also, he was Bai Ming Shui's master. Merely imparting the martial Dao would not be enough. If he could guide Bai Ming-shui in the sword Dao as well, it would be extremely beneficial for the latter's future. The 8 Peak Masters brought Su Zimo to the teleportation formation of Carnage, Sword Peak, and teleported to Myriad Sword Palace. The moment he arrived, Su Zimo could sense that this place was different from the 8 sword peaks. The sword chi here was even richer and more violent. If one was not at the perfected immortal realm, it would be difficult for them to reside within Myriad Sword Palace. The territory of Myriad Sword Palace was much smaller than the continents of the 8 sword peaks. This place was built with tens of thousands of gigantic palaces joined together. There were multiple floors and pavilions that spanned thousands of kilometers, and it was an extremely spectacular sight looking down from above. There were old and new palaces in the group. The oldest palace was already dilapidated and was filled with traces of the flames of war and time. It was unknown what it had experienced back then. The reason why the sword chi in Myriad Sword Palace was so dense and complicated was because every single palace emitted its unique sword chi. If one were to sense it carefully, the sword intent contained in every palace would be completely different. Noticing the surprise in Su Zimo's eyes, Lu Yin explained, "The palaces preserved here are the cultivation cave abodes of every immortal king and even emperors in the history of the sword world. Some palaces have existed for a few eras and can be traced further than even great Emperor Zenith Heaven. As for the owners of these palaces, if they died of old age in the sword world in the end, they would leave their Dharmic Tao sword intent in their cave abodes as a form of inheritance." Su Zimo nodded. There was a similar situation in the Buddhist monasteries. Some eminent monks of the Buddhist monasteries would pass down their Dharmic Taos as relics after they passed away. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak looked at the gigantic palaces below with a rueful expression. After great Emperor Zenith Heaven died, the sword world suffered a calamity and was almost destroyed. Fortunately, these palaces were spared in the end and gradually developed to their current size. Su Zimo frowned slightly when he heard that, and a puzzled look flashed through his mind. Logically speaking, in great Emperor Zenith Heaven's era, the sword world was definitely the strongest world of the Trichiliocosm. Even if great Emperor Zenith Heaven exhausted his lifespan and died, which faction could threaten the foundation of the sword world to the point where it was almost destroyed? Furthermore, ever since he ascended to the upper world, Su Zimo had always been puzzled. Human monarch Lin Zhan had once mentioned that the Trichiliocosm was divided into minor, medium, and major chiliocosms. To be precise, the so-called upper world referred to the medium chiliocosm. Up till this point of his ascension, he had never heard of anyone ascending to the major chiliocosm. Where was the major chiliocosm, and how should one ascend? In fact, Su Zimo had once suspected if there was a major chiliocosm. That was because he had encountered the tombs of 3 great emperors in the upper world. Could it be that one could not ascend to the major chiliocosm even at the great emperor realm? If even great emperors could not do it, who could? The words of the Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak indirectly confirm something. Back then, great Emperor Zenith Heaven did not manage to ascend to the major chiliocosm either. Of course, there were traces and clues of the major chiliocosm in the upper world. According to immortal Queen Linglong's speculation, there was a high chance that the creation green lotus came from the major chiliocosm. There was a high chance that the words on the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra came from a civilization of the major chiliocosm. Seniors. Su Zimo was silent for a long time before suddenly asking. Great Emperor Zenith Heaven was already at the peak of the upper world with his cultivation. Even so, he couldn't head to the major chiliocosm? When they heard that question, the 8 Peak Masters revealed a hint of confusion and fell silent. After a while, Lu Yin shook his head gently. We don't know much about the major chiliocosm either. We've only heard rumors that a specific opportunity is required before one can head there. A specific opportunity. Su Zimo was even more puzzled. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak said, "Without the specific opportunity, it's probably impossible to head to the major Kiliacosm, even if you become a great emperor." Su Zimo did not ask further. From the looks of it, even experts at the Immortal King realm could not come into contact with the major Kiliacosm. "We're here." Right then, the 8 peak masters brought Su Zimo to a tall sword steel. The shape of the sword steel was completely like an immortal sword stabbed into the ground. There were small vertical words engraved on the broad blade of the sword. There were 4 words written on the hilt: Zenith Heaven, Sword Classic. In front of the Zenith Heaven sword steel, there was another woman who was comprehending the Dermic Tao with her eyes closed. It was Bai Ming Xue. Bai Ming Xue was in a meditative state and was so focused that she did not even notice the arrival of Su Zimo and the others. Su Zimo's gaze swept across the Zenith Heaven sword steel, and his heart skipped a beat. The words on the Zenith Heaven sword steel looked familiar. In the secret pavilion of Heaven and Earth Academy, he had once unintentionally seen an ancient and tattered piece of white paper with the words Sword Classic at the top. The words on the Zenith Heaven sword steel were almost identical to the words on the Sword Classic. Could it be that what's recorded on that incomplete page is a part of the Zenith Heaven sword classic? Su Zimo stood on the Zenith Heaven sword steel and looked over attentively. Indeed, he found a few lines of words on the Zenith Heaven sword steel that were identical to the words on the incomplete page. Chapter 2767. Chapter 2767. The sword steel hums again. Chapter 2767. The sword steel hums again. Back when Su Zimo obtained the sword classic, he could sense that the sutra on the incomplete page was profound and complicated. It was probably from an extremely high-grade cultivation technique. At that time, he had once used the spirit consonance art, and the 2 true bodies read the incomplete page of the sword classic at the same time. Although he had some comprehension, it was impossible for him to comprehend any Dermic Tao with just an incomplete sutra. If the 2 true bodies could not comprehend it, it was even more impossible for others. Otherwise, the incomplete page would not have been casually placed in the secret pavilion of the Academy. Now that Su Zimo had the chance to comprehend the complete Zenith Heaven sword classic, the feeling was completely different. Back then, he had many questions after reading the incomplete sword classic. At that moment, he had a hint of comprehension. Su Zimo looked at the Zenith Heaven sword steel with a deep gaze. Holding the Bodhi seed in his hand, he gradually immersed himself. There was naturally no need to talk about the words Sword Classic 1 at the back of the Zenith Heaven sword classic. Zenith Heaven referred to the vast envelopment of everything. This sword classic was an all-encompassing greater mastery of the sword Tao. Therefore, every sword cultivator who came to the Zenith Heaven sword steel to comprehend the sword classic could comprehend different sword Taos according to their different Dermic Taos. Although Bai Ming Xue cultivated under Carnage Sword Peak, her sword Tao was independent and was clearly different from the 8 sword Taos of the sword world. Back when Bai Ming Xue transcended the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, her sword Tao had already taken form. To her, comprehending the Zenith Heaven sword classic this time round was an opportunity to establish her personal sword Tao. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had not spent too much time and energy on the sword Tao. His cultivation was complex and involved the mortal, Buddhist, fiend, and demon Taos. The sword Tao was merely one of the branches within. The thing he had come into contact the most with was the 3 great sword arts. When the 3 sword arts were comprehended to their limits, the Carnage sword Tao would be born. For him, he had the greatest chance and easiest comprehension of the Carnage sword Tao. Similarly, there were thousands of profundities in the sword Tao. However, carnage was undoubtedly the profundity that could represent the sword Tao the most. Su Zimo and Bai Ming Xue stood and sat in front of the zenith heaven sword steel. Sword Qi circled their bodies as they looked at the same sword classic of the sword Tao and comprehended different sword Tao profundities. Bai Ming Xue's aura became deeper and more mysterious. She was like a black hole in the cosmos, absorbing and devouring continuously. As for Su Zimo's aura, it became stronger, sharper, and filled with killing intent. Lu Yin nodded to himself when he saw that. The killing sword intent revealed by Su Zimo was extremely pure. Furthermore, he had already comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword first. There was a high chance that he would advance further in the carnage sword Tao after comprehending the zenith heaven sword classic. As for Bai Ming Xue, her sword Tao was a little strange, something that even the 8 peak masters had never seen before. Right now, Su Zimo could be compared to an unsheathed sword with an oppressive sharpness such that no one could ignore his existence. However, Bai Ming Xue was surrounded by nothingness. It was as though all matter had been devoured by her sword Tao and vanished. From the looks of it, Bai Ming Xue might be creating a new sword Tao. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Lu Yun nodded slightly. Bai Ming Xue specializes in the sword Tao and should be even more talented than her master. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yun continued. However, comprehending a new sword Tao is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Bai Ming Xue's cultivation realm, vision, and knowledge are far from enough. I wonder if she'll succeed this time round. None of the 8 peak masters left. Instead, they guarded this place to prevent outsiders from disturbing them. The 8 of them used their spirit consciousnesses to communicate as well. In reality, Lu Yin was right. Bai Ming Xue's foundation was the martial Tao and her martial spirit was the sword. In terms of talent in the sword Tao, she was indeed superior to Su Zimo's green lotus true body. However, Su Zimo's foundation was way too strong. The creation green lotus was inclusive to begin with. Even if it cultivated the immortal, Buddhist, fiend, and demon Taos at the same time, it would not be affected. More importantly, when the martial Tao prime body underwent the 10th tribulation, a humanoid heavenly tribulation in the form of a sword cultivator descended with a terrifying sword Tao. If he was not wrong, the human figure conjured by the heavenly tribulation was Great Emperor Zenith, heaven of the past. In other words, Su Zimo had personally witnessed Great Emperor Zenith Heaven use his sword Tao. Not only that, he had even fought Great Emperor Zenith Heaven before and experienced his sword Tao personally. As Su Zimo compared the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic before him to that situation back then, it was equivalent to Great Emperor Zenith Heaven personally imparting the sword Tao to him. The Zenith Heaven Sword Classic was a taboo, mystic classic after all, and was the most mysterious and complicated. Even if Bai Ming Xue came here for seclusion first, given her talent, it was impossible for her to comprehend anything in a short period of time. Bai Ming Xue closed her eyes and frowned slightly, as though she was deeply confused. Although Su Zimo had an image of Great Emperor Zenith Heaven executing the sword Tao back then, there were still some questions when he compared it to the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In his consciousness, the green lotus essence, spirit, extended his palm. Sensing it, a green glow appeared and floated before him. It was the 4th treasure derived from the creation green lotus, the duckweed sword. The green lotus essence, spirit, held the duckweed sword in his hands. The green lotus essence, spirit, shuddered. Instantly, his spirit perception, understanding, and comprehension of the sword Tao seemed to have increased by several times. The profundity of the duckweed sword began to take effect. Su Zimo held the Bodhi seed in his hand. In his consciousness, the green lotus essence, spirit, held the duckweed sword and recalled the scene of great Emperor Zenith Heaven executing the Zenith Heaven Sword Dao. When he compared it to the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic before him, he felt enlightened. The confusion from earlier on was resolved. Buzz! The Zenith Heaven Sword steel shuddered, and the sword hums sounded once more, reverberating through the world, causing the 8 sword peaks and myriad sword palace to tremble. What happened? I'm not sure. It seems to be from the direction of myriad sword palace. Could Junior's sister Biming have comprehended something again? Countless sword cultivators broke out of seclusion and looked in the direction of the hum. In the direction of myriad sword palace, incomparably powerful spirit consciousnesses enveloped down instantly. The few old fellows of the sword world were alarmed. How long had it only been? The Zenith Heaven Sword Steel hummed once more. In Su Zimo's eyes, the words on the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel seemed to have separated from the sword steel. Every single stroke of the words were sword marks that represented a sword intent. It was as though a figure executed a peerless sword Dao on the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel and moved gracefully like an amazing dragon, leaving behind those marks. Su Zimo was immersed in his comprehension and his mind was wandering. However, he did not know that the 8 peak masters around him were staring at him in disbelief with widened eyes. Even Biming Shui, who was at the side, had already awakened from her comprehension. Her comprehension had already reached a bottleneck and could not continue. Right then, she heard a clear sword hum in her ears. Instinctively, she opened her eyes and saw a shocking scene. Su Zimo's eyes were closed, and he wielded the duckweed sword. It was as though he had fallen into a strange state as he danced in front of the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel with a graceful posture and profound sword technique. Every single strike left a sword mark in midair that gradually entered the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel and fused perfectly with the words on it. Biming Shui was shocked when she saw Su Zimo's sword Dao. As though she had comprehended something, the bottleneck she had just encountered loosened as well. Chapter 2768. Chapter 2768. Sword Burial. Chapter 2768. Sword Burial. The sword Dao that Su Zimo released was perfectly compatible with the Dermic Dao of the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic, as though great Emperor Zenith Heaven had been reborn. Biming Shui was not the only one. Even the 8 peak masters were enlightened and moved when they witnessed that scene personally. In reality, the cultivation and sword Dao realms of the 8 peak masters far surpassed Su Zimo. However, at that moment, Su Zimo was clearly in a strange state, as though great Emperor Zenith Heaven had possessed him and perfectly reproduced the Dermic Dao of the Zenith Heaven Sword Dao. The scene before them was as though great Emperor Zenith Heaven was imparting the Dao personally. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a figure appeared in midair. He had a pale face and wore an iron crown on his head. His eyes were turbid and he looked gloomy. He seemed to be extremely old, as though he would die at any moment. However, the old man's body was straight and he stood in midair like a sharp sword that stood between the world with an oppressive sharpness. Greetings. When the 8 peak masters saw the iron crown old man appear, they shuddered and hunched down hurriedly, prepared to bow. The iron crown old man waved his hand gently, indicating that they did not have to say anything. His gaze was fixed on Su Zimo, who was dancing with a sword the entire time, and a sword glint flashed through his turbid eyes from time to time. The 8 peak masters exchanged glances and were secretly speechless. To think that such a huge commotion would happen today, that even this emperor of the sword world was alarmed and appeared here. Although the Iron Crown old man was extremely old, his cultivation had long reached the peak of the emperor realm. He was also one of the most senior and highest-ranking decision-makers in the sword world. There were clearly auras of emperor experts in the other directions as well. Although the emperors of the sword world did not appear, they were paying attention to everything that happened from afar. With the duckweed sword in hand, Every time Su Zimo executed a sword Dao, a sword beam would enter the zenith, heaven sword steel, and overlap with the strokes of the words on it. Because of that, the zenith heaven sword steel would also emit a buzzing sword hum that lingered incessantly. The 8 peak masters, including the Iron Crown Old Man and the other emperor experts who did not appear in Myriad Sword Palace, had different insights when they saw that. The zenith heaven sword steel hummed continuously for 2 hours. Half a year ago, when Bai Ming Xue's tribulation transcendence caused the sword steel to hum, it only lasted for less than an hour. Su Zimo's sword dance became slower and slower. The sword Dao of the zenith heaven, sword classic, became more and more profound towards the end. Even though he had personally witnessed great emperor zenith heaven's sword Dao, it was difficult for him to execute it with his current cultivation realm. Finally, Su Zimo stopped and sat cross-D. He placed the duckweed sword horizontally across his knees and did not wake up from his epiphany. On the other side, through her earlier comprehension, Bai Ming Xue's sword Dao had already taken form. Although she was only at the convergence realm, her sword Dao cultivation had improved and her combat strength had increased. Bai Ming Xue retreated slowly from the zenith heaven sword steel without alarming Su Zimo. Lu Yun frowned slightly. Su Zimo was not in a good state. The zenith heaven sword classic contained thousands of sword Daos, and no one could control all of them. Even great Emperor Zenith Heavenback then only achieved this after cultivating to the great Emperor realm. However, Su Zimo was only a celestial being perfected immortal. Initially, the sword chi on Su Zimo's body was extremely pure. The sword chi that was derived from the 3 great sword arts could only comprehend the carnage sword Dao. Now, because he had just used the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic, the sword chi on Su Zimo's body had become extremely mixed. There was the carnage sword Dao, the Zen sword Dao, and the 5 elements sword Dao. Hundreds of thousands of sword Dao auras burst forth from Su Zimo's body and clashed continuously, not giving in to each other. His aura became extremely unstable as well, rising and falling. His body trembled slightly, as though he was in immense pain. Lu Yun and the others looked at the old man instinctively. The situation Su Zimo was facing now was extremely dangerous. If he did not handle it well, hundreds and thousands of sword Daos would burst forth from his body. The terrifying power was enough to tear Su Zimo into pieces. The Iron Crown Old Man had a grim expression and pondered for a moment. He merely shook his head gently, indicating for the 8 peak masters to not act rashly and continue watching. In reality, if it was anyone else, the Iron Crown Old Man would have stepped in long ago and interrupted the person. However, Su Zimo had the body of a grade 12 creation green lotus after all and might produce other creations. It was not easy for him to judge, and he could only wait and see. Right then, Su Zimo's aura changed. Gradually, his body emitted a dark and cold power. He exuded a declining aura that reeked of death. The Fiend Dao. The 8 peak masters' hearts skipped a beat. The aura that Su Zimo was emitting now was clearly not of the immortal and Buddhist dharmic formulations. The eyes of the peak master of Fiend Sword Peak lit up, and he was secretly delighted. If Su Zimo chose the Fiend Sword Dao, there was a chance that he would join Fiend Sword Peak. However, before long, the 8 peak masters realized that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, the Fiend Sword Dao was comparable to other Sword Daos. At that moment, the other Sword Daos in Su Zimo's body seemed to be devoured or even buried by the pitch-black Fiend Chi. The 8 peak masters seemed to have an illusion. Su Zimo, who was sitting cross-D before them, seemed to have transformed into a tomb with thousands of sword Daos buried within. A shuddering burial intent exuded from Su Zimo's body and expanded continuously, enveloping the entire myriad sword palace. Not only did he want to bury the thousands of sword Daos, he wanted to bury the entire myriad sword palace. The expression of the Iron Crown old man changed. He merely dazed off for a moment, and Myriad Sword Palace seemed to have turned into a gigantic tomb. The myriad sword Daos transformed into many swords that stabbed into the tomb, turning it into a gigantic sword tomb that was lifeless. The sword tomb could not only bury everything, it could also tear everything apart. Pissed, the Iron Crown old man shuddered and snapped out of his stupor, instantly, shocked. What a terrifying sword intent! Even the Zenith Heaven sword steel began to sink into the darkness under the sword intent. This lad wants to bury all the sword Daos. The Iron Crown old man was secretly speechless. Such boldness! In reality, Su Zimo had no choice. He had just released the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic, and thousands of sword Daos were derived within his body. They were in conflict, and it was difficult to resolve the situation. However, it would be a pity if he cultivated only one sword Dao and abandoned everything else. Right then, he thought of a taboo, mystic classic, Heaven Burial Sutra. The Heaven Burial Sutra was known as the Tomb of the Heavens, and all types of living beings were buried. He tried to use the profundity of the Heaven Burial Sutra to bury the thousands of sword Daos, gradually forming the current situation where a brand new sword Dao was derived, the Sword Burial Dao. In a sense, the Sword Burial Dao was equivalent to the synthesis of the two taboo mystic classics, the Heaven Burial Sutra and Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. That was why such a terrifying scene was formed at the birth of the Sword Burial Dao. It even caused the 8 Peak Masters and the Iron Crown old man to hallucinate for a moment. Chapter 2769. Chapter 2769, Ninth Sword Peak. Chapter 2769, Ninth Sword Peak. This sword intent spread continuously. Not only did it envelop the countless ancient and gigantic palaces in the surroundings, it continued to spread. The aura of death was like a smear of ink that enveloped the 8 sword peaks. Before long, even the 8 sword peaks disappeared into the lifeless darkness. The entire sword world seemed to be buried in a gigantic tomb. Instantly, all the sword cultivators of the 8 sword peaks stopped what they were doing and froze on the spot. At the same time, they felt their hearts palpitate, as though they were buried alive under a tomb by an invisible force and could not breathe. There was an extremely terrifying power hidden in the tomb. An extreme sharpness that seemed to be able to tear through everything and destroy everything. That sharpness was right beside everyone and could tear them into pieces at any moment. What a powerful sword intent! The 8 Peak Masters were shocked. The scene before them was far more shocking than Su Zimo's sword dance earlier on. However, before long, Su Zimo seemed to be unable to withstand such a powerful sword intent. His body swayed slightly, and his face turned incomparably pale. He woke up from his epiphany and opened his eyes, panting heavily. Not far away, the Iron Crown old man looked at Su Zimo deeply. To be able to withstand such a terrifying sword intent and envelop the entire sword world, there was no way this lad's essence spirit cultivation was at the celestial being realm. Furthermore, this could only be done by a sufficiently condensed and powerful essence spirit. This lad is hiding his strength. Seems like he's much stronger than he appears. The Iron Crown old man thought to himself. When Su Zimo opened his eyes, he saw the 8 Peak Masters who were dumbfounded and had completely lost their composure not far away. There was also an old man with an iron crown who stood in midair with a pale face. So strong! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although the Iron Crown old man did not release any sword intent, he felt an indescribable pressure in front of the old man. This feeling was something that he had only experienced before from an expert like Bo Sun, an Emperor Realm expert. Su Zimo had not expected that his enlightenment in front of the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel would alarm an Emperor expert. Thank you for granting me this opportunity, seniors. Su Zimo thanked the 8 Peak Masters and cupped his fists towards the Iron Crown old man not far away. The Iron Crown old man descended slowly and stood on the ground like Su Zimo. The condescending pressure from earlier on had faded significantly as well. He waved his hand gently and formed a sword chi barrier around him, enveloping Su Zimo, the 8 peak masters, and Bai Ming Shui. Not only could the sword chi barrier isolate sound, even the spirit consciousnesses of the other emperors of the sword world could not permeate it. Su Zhu isn't your real name, right? The Iron Crown old man asked. Su Zimo looked at Lu Yun and the others before nodding slightly. Su Zimo immediately understood that the Iron Crown old man must already know his identity as the creation Green Lotus. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide it. Su Zimo nodded and said, I'm Su Zimo. I was chased by my enemies because of my Green Lotus bloodline and had no choice but to hide my real name. Seniors, please forgive me. It's only right. The Iron Crown old man said, It's better for you to be careful before you can protect yourself. Pausing for a moment, the Iron Crown old man suddenly said, Young friend, since you fled here, you can be considered fated with our sword world. Furthermore, your disciple and old friend is also here. I wonder if you'd be willing to join the sword world? The 8 peak masters exchanged glances and were secretly speechless. Given the Iron Crown old man status, he actually invited Su Zimo to join the sword world personally and addressed a perfected immortal as his young friend so politely. Su Zimo was stunned as well. Naturally, he had thought of this before. However, he did not expect that an emperor expert would appear to invite him. Bai Ming Shui's initially calm eyes fluctuated slightly with a hint of anticipation. Su Zimo remained silent. After the incident at Heaven and Earth Academy, he subconsciously felt wary and resistant towards joining any sect or faction. Although the sect master of the academy looked studious and spoke of benevolence, he was extremely scheming and ruthless. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. When his scheme was exposed, the sect master of the academy still carried a smile and recounted his kindness towards Su Zimo, explaining that it was for the latter's own good. However, in reality, there was only one goal behind every single sentence of the sect master of the academy, to take advantage of him. Not only did the sect master of the academy want to take advantage of Su Zimo, he wanted the latter to be grateful for it. Do you have any concerns? As though he had seen through something, the Iron Crown old man said, Don't worry, no one is to tell anyone about your true identity, as well as the matter of the creation, Green Lotus. The Iron Crown old man looked at the 8 peak masters. The 8 of you are not allowed to tell anyone else about this, including the other emperors of the sword world. The 8 peak masters' hearts skipped a beat as they nodded one after another. The fact that the Iron Crown old man wanted it hidden, even from the other emperors of the sword world, showed his sincerity. Su Zimo was silent for a moment. Even if I joined the sword world now, I might leave one day. I wonder. It's fine. The Iron Crown old man smiled. Joining the sword world will not restrict your freedom. No matter where you go in the future or what faction you create, it's up to you. All right. Su Zimo no longer hesitated and agreed. For the past few years, the environment of the sword world, the atmosphere of cultivation, and the many sword cultivators he came into contact with made him have a good impression of them. The feeling that the Iron Crown old man in front of him gave him was completely different from the sect master of the academy. The sect master of the academy was like an unfathomable dark abyss that no one could see through. As for the Iron Crown old man in front of him, his figure was like a sword and his clothes were open. His gaze was frank, making Su Zimo feel even more at ease. When she heard Su Zimo agree, Bai Ming Shui smiled as well. The two of them were only master and disciple. However, Bai Ming Shui had a different feeling toward Su Zimo, as though she was relying on him like a father. She had never had any other thoughts. She merely wanted to stay by Su Zimo's side and cultivate. She would be satisfied with that. The 8 Peak Masters were energized as well, becoming excited. Su Zimo had already decided to join the sword world. Whoever could invite Su Zimo to join their sword peak would definitely be much stronger. The 8 Peak Masters looked at Su Zimo expectantly and tried their best to signal with their eyes. If not for the fact that the Iron Crown Old Man was present, they would probably have reached out to grab him directly. The Iron Crown Old Man hollered angrily, "Why are the few of you winking? Do you want Su Zhu to become your disciple? What else?" The 8 Peak Masters were stunned. Lu Yun coughed gently. Young friend Su Zhu is not an immortal king after all. He can't join Myriad Sword Palace directly, or that'll be breaking the rules. Of course. The Iron Crown Old Man nodded slightly. Lu Yun continued. If he won't be joining our 8 sword peaks, nor Myriad Sword Palace, where else could he go? Unless... He seemed to have thought of something and stopped abruptly. The expressions of the other 7 Peak Masters changed as well. The Iron Crown Old Man said slowly the sword world will establish a 9th sword peak for Su Zhu that's comparable to the 8 sword peaks. Su Zhu will be the Peak Master of the 9th sword peak. Chapter 2770. Chapter 2770. Good Karma. Chapter 2770. Good Karma. Although the 8 Peak Masters had already guessed that, the 8 of them were still shocked when they heard it from the Iron Crown Old Man. A 9th sword peak. The 8 Peak Masters exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Earlier on, they were still thinking about how to get Su Zimo to be their disciple. Now, there was no need for them to fight anymore. Su Zimo was the Peak Master of the 9th sword peak. This could also show how highly the Iron Crown Old Man regarded Su Zimo. Not only did he personally invite him, he even wanted to establish a single sword peak for him. With a smile on his face, Lu Yin couldn't help but tease, "Good Lord, what a meteoric rise. He's now on par with the few of us." That's right. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak smiled as well. We have to be careful in the future and not address him as young friend anymore. The 2 Peak Masters spoke in a relaxed tone and joked, clearly harboring no ill intentions toward Su Zimo. Even though Su Zimo was about to become the Peak Master of the 9th sword peak with his perfected immortal cultivation realm and was comparable to them, there was no displeasure or resistance on the faces of the 8 Peak Masters. Instead, they were happy for Su Zimo. Bai Mingshui, who had a calm expression the entire time, opened her mouth instinctively in disbelief when she heard the Iron Crown Old Man's decision. In the blink of an eye, her master had become the Peak Master of a sword peak. Among the legacy disciples of this generation, the 3 successors that the sword world valued the most were her, Yun Ting and Lin Xuanjin. However, no matter how much the 3 of them were valued, it was not to this extent. Such treatment for Su Zimo was probably unprecedented in the history of the sword world. Su Zimo was surprised as well. Initially, he thought that he would be a normal legacy disciple after joining the sword world. To think that the Iron Crown Old Man would make such a heavy promise. Su Zimo cupped his fists. "Senior, I'm extremely grateful for your good intentions. However, my cultivation is insufficient and I'm still inexperienced. To make me a Peak Master directly, wouldn't that be?" He was not pretending to be polite, but that was the truth. It had only been slightly more than 3 years since he arrived at the sword world. The moment he agreed to join the sword world, he became the Peak Master of a sword peak. There was no way he could convince the masses. The Peak Masters of the 8 sword peaks were all peak immortal kings. Even as a perfected immortal, he was only at the celestial being realm. Among the perfected immortals of the sword world, many sword cultivators were above him. For example, Lin Xuanjin, who is known as the #1 legacy disciple, was more qualified than him no matter how he looked at it. Unexpectedly, before Su Zimo could finish, the Iron Crown Old Man waved his hand. "In our sword world, background and qualifications don't matter. Your cultivation realm is a little low, but just that sword intent earlier on is enough for you to become the peak master of the 9th sword peak." The 8 peak masters nodded as well. They had just experienced that terrifying sword intent personally and still felt a lingering fear when they recalled it. Su Zimo was still hesitant. Apart from the sword burial Tao that he had just comprehended, there was probably another reason why he could become the peak master of the 9th sword peak, his green lotus true body. However, no one else knew about this, and the Iron Crown old man would not permit them to spread it either. When the other sword cultivators heard that he had become the peak master of the 9th sword peak, they would definitely be indignant. At that time, there would definitely be some trouble. The Iron Crown old man continued, "Don't worry, this matter is settled. No one can challenge your status. Furthermore, we can't keep a low profile about this matter. We have to hold a grand event and let the name of the 9th sword peak spread so that the surrounding worlds will know who the peak master of the 9th sword peak is." Su Zimo was dumbfounded. Lu Yun explained with a smile, "This is the good intentions of my master. Our sword world is a super large world. Your status as a peak master shall be your protection talisman. If anyone dares to lay a hand on you using their statuses or powers unfairly, the factions and worlds backing them would have to think carefully about the consequences." Lu Yun's last sentence was filled with killing intent. In reality, that was also the case. Peak masters were not ordinary legacy disciples. If an immortal king expert crossed a major cultivation realm to attack Su Zimo, it would be equivalent to breaking a hidden rule. The sword world would have every reason to retaliate and take revenge. Even immortal king experts of other super large worlds would have to think twice before attacking Su Zimo, let alone lesser worlds and middle worlds. Of course, fights between those of the same cultivation realm were other matters. In the opinion of the Iron Crown old man, although Su Zimo's cultivation realm was only at the celestial being realm, he should be able to protect himself against paradise, void, perfected immortals with his green lotus true body. Now that he was given the status of the peak master of the 9th sword peak, Su Zimo could do whatever he wanted in many worlds. Anyone who dared to touch him had to think about the sword world behind him. "Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Su." The other peak masters went forward to congratulate him. At this point, Su Zimo could not decline any longer and could only agree shamelessly. He smiled bitterly. "I'm new here and don't know anything about being a peak master. Please guide me in the future, seniors." "Man," the peak master of Tyrant Sword Peak said, "Brother Su, since you're a peak master, you can just address us as fellow brothers. As for the matter of the peak master, there's no rush. Once the 9th sword peak is established, everything will naturally fall into place." Lu Yu nodded as well. "It's not so easy to open up a new sword peak, and there are many implications. It will probably take hundreds or even thousands of years. Brother Su, don't worry. You can slowly familiarize yourself with it." "That long?" Su Zimo was shocked. In a flash, the Iron Crown old man returned to his cultivation ground in the blink of an eye. Compared to the other palaces, the cultivation place of the Iron Crown old man was extremely simple and crude. There was only a simple straw hut. The Iron Crown old man pushed the door open and entered. Mist rose in the straw hut and the fragrance of tea wafted into one's nose. The vague figures of 2 other old men with white hair, one fat and one thin, could be seen drinking tea leisurely. When they saw the Iron Crown old man return, the fat and thin old man gave him a thumbs up at the same time and praised him. "Ironhead, you're really something. In order to retain that kid's sword burial inheritance, you're actually willing to open up a 9th sword peak for him. Amateurs." The Iron Crown old man pursed his lips in disdain at the 2 old men's praise. "Why, did you have any other considerations?" the fat old man asked. The Iron Crown old man did not answer. He came to the middle of the two old men and sat down. He received a cup of fragrant tea that had just been brewed and drank it in one gulp. He closed his eyes and savored it carefully before heaving a long sigh. The Iron Crown old man opened his eyes and said slowly, "The most important thing for me to let him stay in the sword world is to establish good karma with him. Even if he leaves in the future, he won't become enemies with the sword world. If the sword world is in trouble in the future, perhaps this good karma will be a chance of survival for the sword world." When they heard the last sentence, the two old men seemed to have thought of something and sighed deeply with rueful expressions. Chapter 2771. Chapter 2771. Change. Chapter 2771. Change. The news that the sword world was about to establish the 9th sword peak spread rapidly among the 8 sword peaks, causing a huge commotion, and the cultivators were in an uproar. Even the immortal king experts, cultivating in Myriad Sword Palace, were shocked. What shocked many sword cultivators even more was that the peak master of the 9th sword peak had already been decided. It was not the many immortal kings of Myriad Sword Palace, but Su Zhu, a celestial being perfected immortal who had only been in the sword world for slightly more than 3 years. This outcome exceeded the expectations of all the sword cultivators, be it in terms of cultivation realm, seniority, connections, or foundation. There were too many cultivators in the sword world who were above Su Zimo. Not to mention, the status of a peak master was extremely important. Even many immortal king experts cultivating in Myriad Sword Palace did not receive such treatment. For the past few days, immortal kings of Myriad Sword Palace would visit the cave abodes of the 8 peak masters every day and ask about this matter. The 8 of them could not say it explicitly and could only say that this was the Iron Crown old man's decision. Hearing that, the immortal kings no longer questioned. There were 3 decision-makers in the sword world, and the Iron Crown old man was one of them. Although the 3 of them were old, they were once the strongest emperors of the sword world and made supreme reputations in the Trichiliacosm back then. The 3 of them were the key reason why the sword world was a super large world in this generation. The experts cultivating in Myriad Sword Palace now, be it immortal kings or emperors, had more or less been guided by the 3 of them. The immortal king experts respected the Iron Crown old man and the other 2 from the bottom of their hearts. On the side of the 8 peak masters, apart from dealing with the immortal kings of Myriad Sword Palace, they had to deal with the tens of millions of sword cultivators who were in an uproar. There were more than 1,000 legacy disciples under each sword peak. Among the 8 sword peaks, there were at least 2,000 legacy disciples whose cultivation realms were above Su Zimo's. What's up with this Su Zhu? Wasn't he just junior sister Baiming's master previously? How did he suddenly become the 9th peak master in the blink of an eye? I heard that this person has already comprehended the peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword. Even if he comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword, there's no need to make such a huge deal, right? Why open a 9th sword peak for him and even make him the peak master? Indeed, no matter you look at it, Su Zhu doesn't seem to be that capable. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, Sword Immortal Tai Lai, Yi Wuchen, and the other top perfected immortals of the 8 sword peaks gathered together and discussed this matter. Li Shuev Fiend Sword Peak frowned and asked, "Brother Wang, do you know what happened? Why did they suddenly want to establish the 9th sword peak and let an outsider become the peak master?" Wang Dong said, "I only know that fellow Taoist Su Zhu has indeed comprehended the peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword. Later on, he was brought away by the peak masters to Myriad Sword Palace. Thereafter, news of the 9th sword peak spread." Pausing for a moment, Wang Dong smiled bitterly. Brotherly fellow Taoist Su Zhu can't be considered an outsider now. Instead, he's the peak master of the 9th sword peak. If we see him again in the future, we'll have to treat him with respect. Humph. Li Shui did not reply, and merely harumphed softly. Gong, Suinyu said in a deep voice. Not long after Su Zhu arrived at Myriad Sword Palace, the sword steel resonated. Thereafter, a terrifying sword intent descended. Perhaps that's related to the 9th Sword Peak? Qin Zhong of Tyrant Sword Peak was a little displeased and shouted, "So what if the sword steel resonated?" When Sister Baiming underwent tribulation transcendence, the sword steel resonated as well. However, nobody mentioned anything about opening a 9th Sword Peak for her. Sword Immortal Tai, Lai shook his head as well. Most importantly, it's indeed difficult to convince the masses to let a celestial being, perfected immortal, become a peak master. Isn't that a little ridiculous? Xinyu nodded and said as well, "Let's not talk about others. Just any one of us is above Su Zhu in terms of cultivation, qualifications, connections, and combat strength. Although he comprehended the peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword, he's only at the celestial being realm after all. His essence spirit is limited, and he can't unleash the full power of the immortal vanquishing sword." Amit Ba. Monk Zhu Jian of Zen Sword Peak nodded slightly as well. Even if we had to choose someone from the perfected immortals, Lin Xuanjin is probably the most qualified one. Yi Wuchen, who is also from Extreme Sword Peak, was expressionless and merely said indifferently, "It's a pity that this person's cultivation realm is not high enough and he's not qualified to fight me fairly. Otherwise, I'd like to spar with him." With the past 3 years, the few of them were relatively familiar with Su Zimo. However, prior to this, they only treated him as a guest from afar and treated him with respect as peers of the same generation. However, now that Su Zimo had become the peak master of the 9th Sword Peak in a single leap and his status was above the few of them, they could not help but feel upset. Of course, Wang Dong and the others were only complaining. They would not really cause trouble. After all, this was a decision made by an emperor expert of the sword world. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could not change it. Even the 8 peak masters did not say anything, so they could only accept it. Li Shui flicked his nails, which clanked. Although he's the peak master of the 9th Sword Peak, he needs capabilities to be able to establish himself in the sword world. There's still a long way to go. I want to see how famous the 9th Sword Peak that was established for him will be in the future. There were often spars and fights between the 8 sword peaks. Now, there was another 9th Sword Peak. Although it was comparable to the 8 sword peaks in name, if it were to consistently rank last in the spars between the sword peaks, it would definitely attract even greater criticism. After this matter spread in the sword world, Su Zimo could clearly sense a subtle change in the attitudes of the sword cultivators towards him. When Wang Dong and the others saw him, they would still pay respects as juniors according to the rules. However, the way they looked at him seemed much more distant and colder. Su Zimo was not surprised by this change. On the one hand, due to the sudden change in his identity, making him comparable to the 8 peak masters, he was suddenly above Wang Dong and the others in terms of status and seniority. It was difficult for Wang Dong and the others to accept that right away. There would definitely be some estrangement between them. On the other hand, it was also because Wang Dong and the others were definitely dissatisfied with him being the peak master of the 9th Sword Peak. Wang Dong and the others could not be blamed for that indeed. He had just arrived in the sword world for more than 3 years and was only a celestial being perfected immortal. He had not done anything for the sword world or made any contributions before ascending to the position of the peak master of the 9th Sword Peak. Anyone would feel conflicted. This was human nature. Su Zimo could completely understand the attitudes of Wang Dong and the others. Not only that, as time passed, Su Zimo had an even better impression of Wang Dong's group and the other sword cultivators. Although these people were indignant and conflicted, they did not plot against him or cause trouble for him, let alone mock him. Although they were displeased, they respected the decision of the sword world and treated Su Zimo as someone from the sword world and one of their own. However, if Su Zimo wanted to truly obtain the recognition of the sword cultivators, His status as the peak master of the ninth sword peak was far from enough. Su Zimo did not care about that and had no intention of changing things. To him, the most important thing was to make use of the time he spent cultivating in the sword world to increase his cultivation as much as possible. One day, he would kill his way back to the divine, firmament, immortal domain and the academy. Chapter 2772. Chapter 2772. Congratulations. Chapter 2772. Congratulations. Creating the ninth sword peak was far more troublesome than Su Zimo had imagined. It was an extremely vast and complicated project. The structure of the 8 sword peaks had been passed down for many years. If one looked down from above, they could vaguely see that the continent where the 8 sword peaks were located was a sword-shaped land. Between the sword-shaped land, the 8 sword peaks, and myriad sword palace, there were countless formation patterns that were difficult to see with the naked eye. They interweaved in the starry skies and formed a powerful sword formation. Once it was fully activated, the entire sword world would release an extremely terrifying killing power to defend against external enemies. But now there was a 9th sword peak to be established outside the 8 sword peaks. This meant that if they wanted to integrate the 9th sword peak into the sword formation, they would have to undo the original formation. Many formation patterns had to be erased and rearranged. The cultivators who set up this sword formation were at least Immortal King experts. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to open up a large piece of land out of thin air in the starry skies. The Emperor experts of the sword world had to take action and transport back dead stars and lifeless lands from other regions of the upper world. Every single star brought back was not inferior to the Dragon Abyss star. However, the scale of the 9th continent of the sword world had to be much bigger than the Dragon Abyss star. At the very least, it had to be comparable to the divine, firmament, immortal domain. Millions of stars were probably required to condense a land the size of the divine, firmament, immortal domain. Gathering such a large number of stars together, the Emperor experts joined forces and shattered them, condensing and hammering them continuously. In reality, the entire process involved the combined efforts of the Emperor experts to forge the 9th sword-shaped continent into a peerless immortal sword. Gathering 1,000,000 stars and condensing the essence of heaven and earth required more than 10 emperors to join forces. One could imagine how difficult it was. The formation of the 9th sword-shaped continent alone took more than 400 years. Thereafter, a mountain peak soared into the sky in the center of the continent. Su Zimo imprinted the inheritance and sword intent of the sword burial Tao on the sword peak and fused it with the entire continent. Only then would the 9th sword peak truly take shape. If any sword cultivator wanted to comprehend the sword burial Tao, they could come to this sword peak to do it themselves. During this period of time, Su Zimo cultivated while watching the evolution of the 9th sword peak. For him, it was a rare opportunity to be able to watch the emperors join forces to forge it. Of course, the formation of the 9th sword peak was not over yet. They had to set up sword formation patterns on the 9th sword peak before fusing it with the sword formation of the other 8 sword peaks and myriad sword palace before it was truly over. Su Zimo had dabbled in array formations before as well. However, he could not interfere in a sword formation of this level. He knew that it would definitely take an extremely long time to set up formation patterns of this scale and level. It would take at least a few hundred years. For the rest of the time, Su Zimo established his own cave abode on the 9th sword peak and officially entered it. The 9th sword peak was officially named Sword Burial Peak as well. Bai Mingshui was the first to move her cave abode to Sword Burial Peak. She was Su Zimo's eldest disciple to begin with, and it was understandable for her to become a disciple of Sword Burial Peak. However, the peak master of carnage, Sword Peak, Lu Yin, could not accept it right away. He complained to Su Zimo many times, but Bai Mingshui was unmoved. In the end, he could only let it go. Apart from Bai Ming Shui, the peak masters of the 8 sword peaks sent over some ordinary disciples of the Black, Earth, and Heaven Essence realms, as well, to prevent the 9th sword peak from appearing too deserted, since it had just been established. However, no legacy disciple was willing to come to Sword Burial Peak. On the one hand, Su Zimo was only a celestial being, perfected immortal. More than half of the legacy disciples of the 8 sword peaks were either of the same cultivation realm as him or of a higher cultivation realm. It was impossible for those legacy disciples to become Su Zimo's disciples. The remaining convergence, perfected immortals, had immortal king experts as their masters. There was no reason for them to head over to Sword Burial Peak and become the disciple of a celestial being, perfected immortal. On the other hand, sword cultivators who could cultivate to the perfected one realm had cultivated in the sword world for many years and had deep feelings for their respective sword peaks and fellow disciples. Naturally, they would not change factions easily. That way, although the 9th sword peak was successfully established and some ordinary disciples were forcefully stuffed over by the 8 peak masters to show their support, it still looked cold and desolate. There were only 2 perfected immortals in Sword Burial Peak, Su Zimo and Bai Ming Shui. One was a convergence perfected immortal, and the other was a celestial being perfected immortal. In the eyes of the other sword cultivators, it was way too shabby and even a little sad. The 2 from Sword Burial Peak did not think much of it. Instead, they enjoyed it. Both master and disciple cultivated wholeheartedly and felt that it was better if there were fewer people. After all, it was more peaceful. The news of the opening of the 9th sword peak had spread long ago. During this period of time, there would occasionally be cultivators from other worlds who came to offer their congratulations and even send some gifts. Most of these people were from the lesser and middle worlds in the surroundings. Lesser worlds such as Blue Cloud World, Immortal Medicine World, Treasure World, and 7 Stars Sword World had no Emperor Realm experts presiding over them. The strongest people in those worlds were immortal kings. Even so, one could tell the strength and influence of the sword world. If these lesser worlds wanted to survive in the upper world, they would either have to rely on super large worlds or be on good terms with the surrounding super large worlds or greater worlds. Otherwise, if there was any conflict or unforeseen event, these lesser worlds might be destroyed. After all, a top immortal king expert alone might be able to destroy a lesser world. In order to express their sincerity, most of these lesser worlds had immortal kings visiting with the congratulatory gifts personally. When they saw that the peak master of the 9th sword peak was only a young celestial being perfected immortal, they were dumbfounded and shocked. If not for the introduction of Lu Yun and the other peak masters, and the fact that Su Zimo was sitting side by side with the other peak masters, these immortal king experts would not have believed it. After confirming Su Zimo's identity, even though they were all immortal king experts, these people were still polite to him. Although they were surprised, the immortal kings did not dare to show any contempt. Su Zimo was only a perfected immortal, but he was backed by the entire sword world. This was the deterrence the status of the peak master of the 9th sword peak had against others. It was a strange feeling. Although Su Zimo was only a celestial being perfected immortal, the visiting immortal kings had to be polite to him. It was no wonder why Lu Yin said that the status as a peak master was a protection talisman for him. At the very least, no one from the lesser and middle worlds would dare to attack him. From a certain perspective, Su Zimo's current status was even higher than the sect master of the Academy of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Chapter 2773. Chapter 2773. Venus Black Gold Stone. Chapter 2773. Venus Black Gold Stone. Time flew, and before he knew it, Su Zimo had been in the sword world for 1,000 years. The 9th sword peak had already fused perfectly into the sword world, a part of the 9 sword peaks that surrounded Myriad Sword Palace. Of course, the overall strength of the ninth sword peak was far inferior to the 8 sword peaks, and its reputation seemed undeserved. For the past 1,000 years, although there were some ordinary disciples of the black, earth, and heaven essence realms who came to the ninth sword peak to cultivate, no one had stepped into the perfected one realm. Therefore, there were still only 2 perfected immortals on the ninth sword peak. After entering the perfected one realm, the speed of cultivation would decrease significantly and it would become extremely difficult just to break through a minor realm. Bai Ming-Xue had been in the perfected one realm for 1,000 years, and her cultivation realm was still in its previous state without much improvement. It was the same for Yun Ting of Extreme, Sword Peak. When cultivating in the perfected one realm, time would be extended and magnified infinitely. Sometimes even paragons and monster incarnates would be stuck at a single cultivation realm and could not advance for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, Su Zimo's situation was a little special. Under normal circumstances, his cultivation speed should slow down as well after he used up the energy he absorbed in the Emperor's tomb. However, 1,000 years ago, he synthesized 2 taboo mystic classics and created the Sword Burial Tao. All these years, as long as he buried the myriad sword Taos of the sword world into his sword Tao, he would continue to strengthen and increase his cultivation. His sword Tao was like a sword tomb that buried all swords. The body of the creation Green Lotus was also the reason why there were no conflicts within him despite having so many sword Taos buried. More importantly, when Su Zimo wielded the duckweed sword and had the enhancement of the Bodhi seed, he could achieve twice the results with half the effort in cultivating the sword Tao. The duckweed sword could help Su Zimo comprehend the sword Tao to the greatest extent. Because Bai Ming-Xue cultivated the martial Tao and condensed a sword-type martial spirit, Su Zimo could not compare to her in terms of talent in the sword Tao. However, in a sense, the existence of the duckweed sword replaced the role of a sword-type martial spirit. For the past 1,000 years, there were many cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds and landed in the sword world. However, almost all the cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds were scattered on the 8 sword peaks, and there were extremely few cultivators who descended on the 9th sword peak. The main reason was that the 9th sword peak lacked a peerless treasure that could gather heaven and earth essence chi and transform it into a powerful sword chi. For example, in the center of the heavenly world, there was the builder tree. In the 9 firmament immortal domain, there were also rare flora items such as the immortal peach tree and the ginseng fruit tree. Such peerless treasures were rare in the world, and most of them had long been occupied by some powerful worlds. It was even harder to find peerless treasures that were suitable for the sword world. For example, if the immortal peach tree and ginseng fruit tree were to be moved to the sword world, they would not be of much use and they would not be able to transform the heaven and earth essence chi into sword chi. For the past 1,000 years, Su Zimo would attempt to communicate with the martial Tao Prime body every once in a while. However, there was no reaction. It was unknown if the martial Tao Prime body and the Void Yiksha's escape into the Ghost Tao was smooth or if they encountered any danger. The Ghost world was completely different from the Hell world. Because the Hell world was damaged and the laws were incomplete, there could be no Emperor experts. Therefore, there were no living beings there that could threaten the martial Tao Prime body. However, it was different for the Ghost world. Not only were there many Emperor experts in the Ghost world, there was even a great Emperor, Brahma, Ghost Mother. The Void Yiksha had once committed a heinous crime in the Ghost world and was exiled by Brahma Ghost Mother to the Nether River, leaving him to fend for himself. The martial Tao Prime body and the Void Yiksha escaped into the Ghost world together. It was truly unknown if it was a good idea for them to use that passageway to return to the medium Kiliakosm. Of course, even if the martial Tao Prime body and the Void Yiksha were safe in the Ghost world, the Green Lotus True Body could not establish a connection with them. The medium Kiliakosm and the Ghost world were too parallel and independent worlds. Unless the martial Tao prime body returned to the medium kiliacosm or they were in a same world, the two true bodies would be blocked by the world barrier, and it would be difficult for them to establish a connection across two independent worlds. On this day, Peak Master Lu Yun of Carnage Sword Peak, Peak Master Yulan of Sever Sword Peak, and Peak Master Feng Su of Illusory Sword Peak came to visit. Lu Yun shook his head gently and said helplessly, "Brother Su, you're sure taking it easy. With the way things are developing, when will your sword burial peak ever rise?" "Exactly," Feng Su added. "Let me tell you, many legacy disciples of the various sword peaks are dissatisfied with you." Su Zimo did not care about that. "There's no hurry. The inheritance of the sword burial Tao is there. I'll just wait for those who are fated." Indeed, he could not be blamed for such a thing. None of the perfected immortals of the various sword peaks were willing to come to Sword Burial Peak. Without a stabilizing treasure that gathered essence chi, it was difficult for cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds to land on Sword Burial Peak as well. It was difficult for Sword Burial Peak to rise and grow to the level of the 8 sword peaks without hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of accumulation. "Brother Su, I have good news." The few of them chatted casually for a while before Lu Yun revealed a mysterious smile. "We might be able to get our hands on a stabilizing treasure for the 9th sword peak. I just received news that there's a Venus black gold stone in the blessed heaven world." "Oh!" Su Zimo was slightly surprised. He had heard of the Venus black gold stone before. That peerless treasure was a supreme grade item among metal ores and contained black gold chi. It specialized in killing and was innately compatible with the sword Tao. If a trace of the Venus black gold stone could be infused into the forging of an immortal sword, its killing power would increase exponentially. Such a treasure was indeed rare. Yulan nodded, slightly as well. This Venus black gold stone is the most suitable stabilizing treasure for Sword Burial Peak. In reality, all these years the experts of the sword world had never given up on searching for a stabilizing treasure suitable for the 9th sword peak. Now that they heard the news of the Venus black gold stone, the 3 peak masters looked even more excited than Su Zimo. "Where is the blessed heaven world?" Su Zimo asked. "I'm a little unfamiliar with that world. Is it a lesser world?" When they heard that, a strange expression flashed across the faces of the 3 peak masters. Lu Yun shook his head gently. "To be precise, the blessed heaven world is not ranked among the normal worlds. However, if it has to be classified, it'll definitely be a super large world." Feng Su explained, "The origin of the blessed heaven world is extremely mysterious. Even we don't know about it. Those old fellows of our sword world should know something. However, they're all very secretive about it." Yulan said, "All we know is that the status of the blessed heaven world in the Trichiliacosm is the most special and extremely ancient. It might have been born the moment the upper world existed. Furthermore, although the upper world has experienced many eras and major calamities, the blessed heaven world has always stood strong and passed down its legacy till this day." "Is it that incredible?" Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Chapter 2774. Chapter 2774. Heading to the Blessed Heaven World. Chapter 2774. Heading to the Blessed Heaven World. Lu Yun and the other 2 peak masters were peak Immortal King experts. Even so, they could not help but reveal reverence at the mention of the blessed heaven world. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, "If there's any world in the Trichiliacosm one should avoid being on bad terms with, it will definitely be the blessed heaven world. Even if many super large worlds join forces, we might not be able to shake it." Yulan nodded and said as well, "The strength of the blessed heaven world is indeed unfathomable. Even emperor experts have to be obedient when they enter the blessed heaven world and not violate the rules of the blessed heaven world. Otherwise, they will definitely die." Su Zimo's expression changed. He could tell that there was an underlying meaning and could not help but ask, were there emperor experts who died in the blessed heaven world? Yes, Lu Yun said. As far as I know, none of the emperor experts who tried to enter the blessed heaven world to investigate its secret or create ruckuses were spared. Su Zimo was silent in deep thought. In that case, the blessed heaven world was indeed mysterious. Not only did it stand tall after so many eras, it could even make the sword world so wary. A moment later, Su Zimo asked, since the blessed heaven world is so powerful, how could they give up the Venus black gold stone so easily? Feng Su said, Brother Su, you might not know this, but the blessed heaven world is considered the largest chamber of commerce in the upper world. Apart from the free trading market that has living beings of the 10,000 races from all over the upper world, there's also a blessed pavilion. In the blessed pavilion, there are countless unique treasures of the upper world. It's no exaggeration to say that if a treasure can't be found in the blessed pavilion, it'll be difficult to find it elsewhere. In that case, what sort of a treasure do I need to prepare to exchange for this Venus black gold stone? Su Zimo asked again. At a certain level of rarity, it was difficult to estimate the number of essence spirit stones a unique treasure could be worth. Most of the time they were bartered. The Venus black gold stone was such a treasure. There's no need for any treasures. Just head straight to the blessed heaven world. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yun smiled mysteriously. If you want to buy things in the blessed pavilion, you don't need essence, spirit stones, or treasures. You'll know when you arrive in the blessed heaven world. Su Zimo asked, when do we leave? The Venus black gold stone was meant to be a stabilizing treasure for Sword Burial Peak. As Peak Master, he had to follow them to the blessed heaven world no matter what. Let's do it tomorrow morning. Lu Yun said, we're just informing you first. We'll have to ask Lin Xuanjin and the others later. Lin Xuanjin. Su Zimo was surprised and asked, she's going too? In the past 1,000 years, there were very few legacy disciples who came to Sword Burial Peak. However, Lin Xuanjin came 3 times and stopped in front of Sword Burial Peak for a long time before leaving. Lu Yun smiled and nodded. Whether or not we can get to purchase this Venus black gold stone will largely depend on Lin Xuanjin. Yulan shook her head gently. Xuanjin has yet to comprehend the immortal vanquishing sword after all. Although she's unrivaled in the perfected one realm of our sword world, in the Trichiliocosm, she's still a little inferior against the top-notch perfected spirits. Any peak perfected spirit who comprehended a peerless divine power is enough to defeat her. Perfected spirit was the general term for all perfected one-realm experts from the 10,000 races, including perfected immortals and perfected fiends. Feng Su said, this trip to the blessed heaven world might also be an opportunity for Lin Xuanjin. She has long comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword to the quasi-peerless level. She just lacks an opportunity. The true immortal vanquishing sword can only be condensed through the baptism of slaughter and blood. Yulan said, no matter what, it won't be enough to just depend on Xuanjin alone if we want to get our hands on the Venus black gold stone. We'll have to rely on the combined forces of a few peak legacy disciples from the 8 sword peaks. Lu Yin said, don't worry, junior sister you. Wang Dong of my Carnage Sword Peaks cultivation has deepened over the years, and his combat strength has increased. This time round, he'll do his best to assist Lin Xuanjin. Feng Su added, Xinyu of Illusory Sword Peak will follow as well. Su Zimo could roughly tell that there might be some battles between peak perfected immortals during this trip to the blessed heaven world. The reason why Lu Yun and the others did not include Su Zimo and his sword Burial Peak into the conversation was not because they were looking down on him. It was because Su Zimo was only a celestial being perfected immortal right now. There was a difference of 2 minor cultivation realms between celestial being and paradise void perfected immortals, and the difference was way too great. In the opinion of Lu Yun and the others, even if Su Zimo comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword, he would not be able to unleash the true power of the peerless divine power and was far from reaching the level of a peak perfected immortal. The next morning, Su Zimo brought Bai Ming Xue to Myriad Sword Palace early on. Before long, Lu Yun arrived with Wang Dong and Feng Su with Xin Yu. From the looks of it, the sword world attached great importance to this trip to the blessed heaven world. Apart from Lu Yun, Carnage Sword Peak also brought Wang Dong, a peak paradise void perfected immortal. It was the same for the other sword peaks. For example, Gong Suan Yu of 5 Elements Sword Peak, Sword Immortal Tai Lai of Extreme Sword Peak, Li Shui of Fiend Sword Peak, Monk Zhu Jian of Zen Sword Peak, and Qin Zhong of Tyrant Sword Peak arrived. Yun Ting was in seclusion and did not accompany them. Peak Master Yulan of Sever Sword Peak brought Lin Xuanjin and was the last to arrive. Su Zimo had never interacted with Lin Xuanjin before and had only taken a glance from afar. This was the first time he was observing her up close. Lin Xuanjin was indeed extremely beautiful and was not inferior to the 4 great fairies. However, she was expressionless and had a cold aura. After arriving, she looked straight ahead and exuded an unapproachable aura without greeting anyone. Right then, Lin Xuanjin seemed to have sensed Su Zimo's gaze and suddenly looked up. Thereafter, she nodded slightly in Su Zimo's direction. That surprised Su Zimo, and he was caught off guard. He was stunned for a moment and did not return the greeting. By the time he reacted, Lin Xuanjin had already retracted her gaze. Although Su Zimo was puzzled, he did not think too much about it. At that moment, everyone who were headed to the blessed heaven world were present. Apart from Lu Yun and the other peak masters, the disciples of the 8 sword peaks were all peak perfected immortals. On Sword Burial Peak side, Peak Master Su Zimo was only a celestial being perfected immortal. Standing side by side with Lu Yun and the others, he looked a little striking. Bai Ming Xue's cultivation realm was even lower and could not compare to Wang Dong and the others at all. Sword Burial Peak only had 2 perfected immortals in total. No matter what, Su Zimo had to bring Bai Ming Xue along so that she could broaden her horizons in the blessed heaven world. Ha! The peak master of Tyrant Sword Peak burst into laughter. It's quite a rare sight for 5 of our sword world's 9 peak masters to appear at the same time. For this trip to the blessed heaven world, there was Carnage Sword Peak's Peak Master Lu Yin, Sever Sword Peak's Peak Master Yulan, Illusory Sword Peak's Peak Master Feng Su, Tyrant Sword Peak's Peak Master Bai Tianqing, and finally, Sword Burial Peak's Peak Master Su Zimo. Lu Yun smiled as well. Once we reach the blessed heaven world, it'll be good to let Brother Su show his face and let the living beings of the 10,000 races of the upper world know who the 9th peak master of our sword world is. Let's go! Lu Yun and the others arrived at the teleportation hall of the Myriad Swords Palace. With a holler, they activated the teleportation formation and disappeared with a flash of light. Chapter 2775. Chapter 2775. Blood River in the Starry Skies. Chapter 2775. Blood River in the Starry Skies. Most of the worlds were too far apart and required a long travel through the starry skies. Therefore, there were very few teleportation formations that could teleport into a place directly. Furthermore, it was also a potential risk of living beings of other races could teleport into a world at will. Long-distance teleportation in the endless starry skies was not easy. Even immortal king experts who had the ability to tear through the void did not dare to travel through the spatial tunnels casually. That was because there were many unknown danger zones hidden in the endless starry skies, such as forbidden grounds or black holes. If one was careless and was swept into them, even immortal king experts would die easily. Su Zimo and the others used the teleportation formation of the Sword World to leave. Lu Yin and the other 3 immortal kings controlled an immortal boat, spirit treasure, and shuttled through a spatial tunnel. They kept their eyes on the map to prevent them from deviating from their path. If they encountered danger, they could avoid it in time. Due to the distance, even with immortal king experts leading everyone through a spatial tunnel, it would take them a few days to reach the blessed heaven world. The immortal boat sped forward rapidly. However, through the spatial tunnel, everyone could still appreciate the magnificence of the boundless starry skies of the upper world. They could only feel how insignificant they were when they were in the vast sea of stars. Apart from the 4 immortal king experts, Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, Sword Immortal Tai Lai, and the others were a little excited and chatted happily. They had not left the Sword World for a long time. Furthermore, they were heading to the mysterious blessed heaven world this time round. Li Shui, who carried a pitch-black sword on his back, said, "I usually feel restrained when sparring with my fellow disciples. I hope I can fight to my heart's content in the blessed heaven world this time round." The requirements for sparring between disciples of the Sword World were extremely strict. Not only did they have to be of the same cultivation realm, they could not use essence, spirit, secret skills, or fight to the death. Even if one cultivated the carnage, sword Dao, they had to hold back when attacking. Gong Suinyu smiled. "Brotherly, don't worry. Once we're on the evil fiend battlefield, we can attack as much as we want. There's no need to hold back, and we can kill to our heart's content." Evil fiend battlefield. Not far away, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Before he could ask, Lu Yin suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others with a serious expression. "The few of you must not be careless. The evil fiend battlefield is extraordinary, and there are many top experts among those sin spirits and evil fiends. Their combat strength is definitely not inferior to yours." Yulan nodded as well. "Even Lin Xuanjin has to be careful inside, let alone the few of you. At that time, you can't split up. You have to ensure your safety first." Feng Su added, "Furthermore, almost all the perfected immortals who dare to head to the blessed heaven world are paragons and monster incarnates of the major worlds. None of them are to be trifled with. Fighting is prohibited in the blessed heaven world. However, it's hard to say in the evil fiend battlefield." "What's the evil fiend battlefield you guys were talking about?" Su Zimo was puzzled when he heard that. He did not know what sin spirits and the evil fiend battlefield that Lu Yun and the others were talking about had to do with the blessed heaven world, so he could not help but ask. "Actually, the evil fiend battlefield is—" Lu Yun smiled and was about to explain when his expression changed. He looked out of the spatial tunnel with a grim expression and gradually frowned. At that moment, the others in the Sword World also noticed the abnormality outside. Through the spatial tunnel, one could see that the starry skies outside was covered in a faint blood fog. It was unknown what had happened. The immortal boat gradually slowed down, and everyone could see it even more clearly. In the starry skies outside, a scarlet and wide river of blood floated with countless corpses bobbing up and down it was a shocking sight. The blood river flowed quietly in the starry skies with no end in sight. There were countless corpses inside like the sand of the Ganges River. It was way too tragic. Even though they were in the spatial tunnel, everyone from the Sword World seemed to be able to smell blood. They were shocked and could not bear to see it. There were probably hundreds of millions of dead beings at a single glance. What exactly happened here? Yulan frowned slightly and said sternly, judging from the location, "This should be the 7 Stars Sword World." "Yes." Lu Yun nodded. "These corpses are all cultivators of the 7 Stars Sword World." 7 Stars Sword World. That world sounded familiar, and Su Zimo fell into deep thought. Before long, he recalled that when the 9th Sword Peak was established, some lesser worlds came to congratulate him. Among them were people from the Seven Stars Sword World. At that time, an immortal king expert of the Seven Stars Sword World even came to congratulate him with a gift. "Let's go out and take a look," Lu Yin said in a low voice and steered the immortal boat through the barrier of the spatial tunnel, returning to the starry skies outside. Upon arriving in the starry skies, everyone could sense it even more clearly. The stench of blood assaulted their faces and was suffocating. Lu Yin steered the immortal boat slowly above the blood river. Everyone lowered their heads and could clearly see the tragic corpses floating in the blood river. Some of them had eyes widened in grievance. Some of their heads were shattered. Some of the corpses were sliced into pieces. Most of the corpses were cultivators of the black, earth, and heaven essence realms who had not even condensed their Tao fruits. Although Su Zimo was used to seeing death, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat when he saw the corpses of more than 100 million cultivators so close. Dai Yu and the human monarch had once told him about the cruelty and bloodshed of the upper world. He had also personally experienced many hardships in the heavenly world. But now, when he saw the scene before him, he truly understood what cruelty and bloodshed were. Feng Su said in a deep voice, "These cultivators should have died not long ago. Let's take a look at the front." Lu Yun said in a deep voice as he steered the immortal boat and carried everyone towards the source of the blood river. Before long, 7 dull, gigantic stars filled with cracks appeared in the starry skies ahead and were filled with blood. Blood was still flowing slowly through the cracks of the 7 stars and gathered continuously in the starry skies, forming the blood river that stretched for thousands of kilometers earlier on. The location of the 7 stars was the former 7 Stars Sword World. However, the 7 Stars Sword World had already turned into ruins, leaving only endless corpses bobbing in the blood river. Before long, the 7 gigantic stars would collapse completely and dissipate in the boundless starry skies as well. There was silence on the immortal boat. Everyone looked at the scene before them in silence for a long time. A moment later, Yulan sighed. The 7 Stars Sword World was destroyed just like that. Fury surged in Lu Yun's heart as he clenched his fists. It's one thing to destroy the world surface, but to slaughter hundreds of millions of living beings is way too cruel and heartless. Who could have done it? The Peak Master of Tyrant Sword Peak by Tianqing asked with a frown. Feng Su shook his head. There are too many experts who have the ability to destroy an entire world. However, it's probably not the work of a single person to slaughter so many living beings. They were probably surrounded and killed by the army of a certain world. Chapter 2776. Chapter 2776. Heavenly Eye World. Chapter 2776. Heavenly Eye World. In a lesser world like the 7 Stars Sword World, the strongest expert was only an immortal king. Destroying the 7 Stars Sword World was something that any heaven-grade faction in the divine firmament immortal domain could do. If a lesser world like that wanted to survive in the upper world, they would have to be careful the entire time, as though they were treading on thin ice. They would either have to rely on some super large worlds, or think of ways to befriend the surrounding worlds. Even so, they did not manage to escape this calamity. Right then, Lu Yun's spirit consciousness shifted and his gaze landed on one of the stars. There's movement over there. Let's go take a look. Everyone from the sword world stood on the immortal boat as it transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the shattered star. Before long, everyone arrived at the periphery of the shattered star. On the star, 2 factions were fighting intensely. Corpses were everywhere, and blood chi surged. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators on one side, and most of them were heaven immortals. Among them, there were hundreds of perfected immortal experts who waved their flags and let out killing cries. On the other side, there were only around 10,000 people left. They were surrounded by the army of hundreds of thousands of cultivators and fought in blood. The difference between the two parties was way too great, be it in terms of numbers or strength. There was a world of difference. There were less than 10 perfected immortals left within the group that was surrounded. Even so, the group of people were fearless and protected each other. They fought with their last bit of strength and finally fell into a pool of blood. In midair, there were 6 immortal king experts with terrifying auras standing. They were looking down at this scene, coldly. If the 6 immortal king experts attacked, the odd cultivators trapped would not be able to last more than a breath. Their gazes were cold and filled with mockery and cruelty. This was a complete massacre. Among the trapped cultivators, a perfected immortal was covered in injuries. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. He could no longer fight. However, his eyes were still widened, and he had an unyielding expression. He hugged the banner in his arms tightly and raised it high. The patterns on the flag corresponded to the 7 stars in the starry skies. There were only about 10,000 of the hundreds of millions of cultivators and living beings in the 7 stars sword world left, and the number was decreasing continuously. In the factions slaughtering the cultivators of the 7 stars sword world, the picture on their flags was rather strange and terrifying. It was a gigantic eye that seemed to be staring at everyone from the sword world. There from the heavenly eye world, Feng Su frowned with a grim expression. Su Zimo had long noticed that although the group of cultivators looked similar to humans, a crack appeared in their brows when they executed their dermic daos. It was the heavenly eye race that he had come into contact with in Tianhuan mainland. Bai Tianqing said in a deep voice, the immortal king in the lead should be King Cold Eye of the heavenly eye world. He's powerful and can't be underestimated. Save them. Lu Yin said, and was about to charge into the battlefield with the immortal boat. However, Yulan stopped him and said in a low voice, the heavenly eye race is also a super large world. If we attack rashly, we'll probably add another powerful enemy to the sword world. The 7 stars sword world is only on good terms with the sword world, but is not a subsidiary of it. There's no need for us to get involved. Lu Yin looked at the purgatory-like scene around him, and the group of 7 stars sword world cultivators were still resisting desperately on the star. Grief and indignation filled his heart as he asked, does it mean that the heavenly eye world can slaughter living beings wantonly and do whatever they want just because they're a super large world? Are we going to leave the 7 stars sword world in the lurch just because they are not a subsidiary of ours? Are we going to turn a blind eye to everything today just because we're afraid of making enemies for the sword world? Yu Lan was speechless in the face of Lu Yun's questions. Feng Su said in a low voice, it would have been fine if we had arrived earlier, but now so many people have died in the 7 stars sword world, and there are only more than 10,000 of them left. It does seem a little rash for us to be enemies with the heavenly eye world just for the odd people. Lu Yin turned around and stared fixedly at Feng Su, asking slowly, so the remaining odd cultivators of the 7 stars sword world aren't considered humans? They deserve to die? Bai Tianqing wanted to say something, but hesitated. He knew that it was not that peak masters Yulan and Feng Su did not want to save them. They merely weighed the pros and cons and said those words from the perspective of the sword world. However, those words did seem a little cold and unreasonable. Suddenly, Lu Yin looked at Su Zimo with anticipation in his eyes. Brother Su, what do you think? There were 5 peak masters present. If one of them remained silent and 3 of them objected, it would be inappropriate for Lu Yin to appear alone even if he wanted to save them. Su Zimo said, if cultivators of our generation have to be overcautious even when saving people, there's no need for us to cultivate the sword Dao in the future. That's right. Lu Yin perked up when he heard that. Yu Lan and Feng Su sighed gently with a hint of shame. The perfected immortals of the various sword peaks, such as Wang Dong and Gong Suanyu, could not hold it in any longer. They were not like the 2 peak masters who had too many reservations. They were young and hot-blooded and cultivated the sword Tao, upholding justice in their hearts. When they saw injustice, they should stand out. Go! Yulan made a decision, quickly as well. After the brief disagreement, the 5 peak masters quickly reached an agreement and sped towards the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the sword world descended. Stop! Lu Yun released the powerful might of the Grotto Heaven Realm and enveloped the entire battlefield instantly. Most of the people fighting on the battlefield were heaven immortals and perfected immortals. They could not defend against the might of an immortal king's spirit consciousness and stopped one after another. The originally tragic battle also paused for a moment. However, before long, another immortal king's spirit consciousness surged over and resisted Lu Yun's spirit consciousness. The pressure on the cultivators on the battlefield decreased significantly. It was the leader of the 6 immortal kings who attacked and resolved Lu Yun's spirit consciousness pressure. Everyone from the Heavenly Eye race had long gone berserk from their killing spree. How could they stop so easily? The moment everyone from the Heavenly Eye race regained their freedom and saw that their immortal king experts were holding down the fort, they had no reservations and charged into the crowd of the 7 Stars Sword World to massacre once more. Furthermore, everyone from the Heavenly Eye race seemed to have guessed that something might happen later on and attacked even more ferociously, wanting to kill the remaining 7 Stars Sword World cultivators as quickly as possible. There were not many 7 Stars Sword World cultivators to begin with, and they were decreasing at every moment. Now, there were only a few thousand left. Lu Yun's expression darkened. As an immortal king expert, he naturally could not enter the battlefield and bully the weak by attacking the perfected immortals and heaven immortals of the Heavenly Eye race. Lu Yun took a deep breath and cupped his fists towards the 6 immortal kings of the Heavenly Eye world in midair. Fellow Taoists of the Heavenly Eye world, the 7 Star Sword world is almost destroyed and hundreds of millions of living beings have died. I hope everyone can stop and not kill them all. He attempted to reason with the experts of the Heavenly Eye world. It would naturally be best if they could avoid a direct conflict with the Heavenly Eye world. So, it's the Peak Master of Carnage, Sword Peak. The leader of the Heavenly Eye world, whose Tao title was Cold, I looked towards the group of people from the Sword world before raising his brows slightly. As far as I know, the 7 Stars Sword world has nothing to do with the Sword world. Everyone, it's best if you don't meddle in the business of others, lest you attract trouble. Chapter 2777. Chapter 2777. Myriad Sword Formation. Chapter 2777. Myriad Sword Formation. In reality, King Coldeye and the other 5 immortal king experts of the Heavenly Eye world had long noticed everyone from the Sword world. However, King Coldeye was fearless and did not care. Even if the group from the Sword world wanted to stop this, they could not. There were only 4 immortal king experts in the group from the Sword world. The remaining 10 were only perfected immortals. Most of the battlefield below was filled with heaven immortals and perfected immortals fighting. If the 4 immortal king experts of the Sword world wanted to save them, it was not appropriate for them to attack personally. How could the remaining 10 perfected immortals defend against the hundreds of thousands of troops that consisted of hundreds of perfected immortals of the Heavenly Eye world? Furthermore, even if the 4 peak masters of the Sword world were determined to attack, the 6 immortal kings could still fight them. As long as they delayed for a moment, the remaining thousands of people of the 7 Stars Sword world would be drowned by the hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Eye race troops. Even if Lu Yun and the others were determined to save them and sent a message to the Sword world for reinforcements, that would delay things even further, and they had no time at all. King Coldeye was so unyielding because he had taken everything into account in his calculations. Yulan said in a deep voice, "King Coldeye, I don't know what deep feud you guys have with the 7 Star Sword world, but no matter what, there's no need to kill them all. There's no need to do such an inhumane thing like complete extermination." Bai Tianqing added, "That's right. Even if it's an eye for an eye, it's impossible that every single person from the 7 Stars Sword world offended you guys, right? King Cold Eye sneered, and the blood mark on his glabella seemed to be expanding and cracking, emitting a chill as he said slowly, South Valley was the one who wanted to protect his disciple. Furthermore, he even dared to deceive me. He can't blame me for starting a massacre. Since he dares to challenge me, I'll make him pay the price and let his 7 Stars Sword world die with him. King South Valley was the world lord of the 7 Stars Sword world. In the Trichiliocosm, the situation was different in every world. Some worlds had world lords, while others were governed by many emperors. The latter was the case for the Sword world. There were also those like the Heavenly World where its territory was split by the immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend Daos. As such, there was no actual world lord. Lu Yin was infuriated when he heard that. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "You want to vent your anger on the entire 7 Stars Sword world and slaughter hundreds of millions of living beings, just because of King South Valley and his disciple? King Cold Eye, aren't you being way too domineering and cruel?" Humph. King Cold Eye had a fearless expression and did not back down at all. He said coldly, "That's how the Heavenly Eye race does things. What can you do to me?" Another king of the Heavenly Eye race sneered, "Do you think you can save him with just a dozen of you?" Foo-foo. I advise all of you to mind your own business and not get yourself into trouble, or it'll be too late for regrets. Another king of the Heavenly Eye race chuckled as well. Right then, 2 figures on the immortal boat sped towards the battlefield almost at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already charged into the battlefield. One of them wielded a sword, and her figure was ethereal in the cold sword light. She was graceful like a serpent WRM. It was Lin Xuanjin. Lin Xuanjin wielded an immortal sword, and no one could withstand its sharpness wherever she went. As blood spewed, Heavenly Eye perfected spirits fell from a dare one after another and died. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuanjin killed 4 peak Heavenly Eye perfected spirits. Another figure descended in the middle of the 7 Stars Sword world cultivators and extended his fair palm, shattering the head of a Heavenly Eye perfected spirit, saving the perfected immortal carrying the flag of the 7 Stars Sword world. The figure had green robes and black hair. He was none other than the 9th Peak Master, Su Zimo. The flag-carrying, perfected immortal of the 7 Stars Sword world was called Meng Hao. He had once followed the immortal king of the 7 Stars Sword world to Sword Burial Peak with a congratulatory gift, and Su Zimo had some impression of this person. Right now, Meng Hao was covered in injuries. His aura was weak and he was exhausted. He could not hold on any longer and could only persevere with a tenacious and unyielding will. He carried the blood-soaked flag on his shoulder and leaned against it. It was unknown if he was carrying the flag or if the flag was supporting his broken body. A Heavenly Eye perfected spirit targeted Meng Hao and broke through the defense line to charge to the ladder. When he arrived, Meng Hao could not defend at all. Su Zimo was unwilling to see him die here and saved him. "Sword World, it's you." Meng Hao's bloodshot eyes seemed to have recognized Su Zimo as he murmured softly. Immediately after, he relaxed and could no longer hold on, fainting on the spot. Su Zimo supported him with one hand and placed him gently on the ground. He held the flag of the 7 Stars Sword world with the other, letting the blood-soaked flag flutter on the battlefield. In reality, Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others on the immortal boat could not stand it any longer. However, the immortal king experts of both sides were still in a stalemate. Even if they wanted to attack, they were afraid and did not dare to act rashly. Now that Su Zimo and Lin Xuanjin had charged into the battlefield, Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others felt their blood boil and charged forward without any reservations. Given the current situation, it was indeed not appropriate for Lu Yin, Yulan, and the other 2 peak masters to attack as immortal king experts. Once a huge battle broke out between immortal king experts. It was very easy for the situation to spiral out of control and even cause a war between worlds. The Sword World and the Heavenly Eye World were both super large worlds. As such, Lu Yin and the other 3 Peak Masters were extremely cautious. The best solution was for Lin Xuanjin and the other perfected immortals to save the cultivators of the 7 Stars Sword World. Fufu. When King Cold Eye saw Su Zimo and the others attack, he could not help but scoff. "You're overestimating yourselves." "Is that so?" Lu Yin, Yulan, and the others sneered when they heard that. They had roughly scanned the battlefield earlier on. Although there were hundreds of perfected spirit experts on the side of the Heavenly Eye race, they did not discover any top-notch monster incarnates. The strongest among them was roughly on par with Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others, and could not threaten Lin Xuanjin at all. Apart from Su Zimo and Bai Mingshui of the 9th Sword Peak, who had negligible combat strength, the other 8 people on the Sword World side were the number 1 perfected immortals of the 8 Sword Peaks. Even if the 8 of them fought individually, they could dominate the hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Eye race troops. And now, in order to save the remaining cultivators of the 7 Stars Sword World, the 8 of them formed a sword formation that was both offensive and defensive with Lin Xuanjin as the leader. This sword formation was a simplified version of the myriad sword formation around the Sword World. The 8 of them represented the 8 Sword Peaks. Although it was a simplified version, the 8 of them were all top-notch perfected immortal experts. They had long memorized the myriad sword formation and had a tacit understanding, allowing them to unleash the might of the sword formation to its limits. The sound of the sword reverberated endlessly. A myriad of sword qi tore through the void and intersected in the world. The sword qi soared into the skies with a sharp edge and formed an impenetrable sword net, as though it could mince everything. Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others formed a sword formation and protected Su Zimo, Bai Mingshui, and the thousands of cultivators of the 7 Stars Sword World in the middle. They defended against the attacks of the hundreds of perfected spirits and hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Eye troops. Not only that, under the myriad sword formation formed by the 8 of them, many Heavenly Eye perfected spirits died on the spot continuously. Any living being that entered the myriad sword formation would be minced into a blood mist. Chapter 2778. Chapter 2778. Threat. Chapter 2778. Threat. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Eye troops gathered. The ground was densely packed, and they covered the sun and the skies, surrounding the thousands of sword cultivators. They charged continuously with violent attacks. The blood marks on the glabella of the living beings of the Heavenly Eye race split apart one after another like a third eye and burst forth with all sorts of power. The physique and bloodline of the Heavenly Eye race were similar to humans. However, they were BOM with a third eye on their glabella, the Heavenly Eye. It was this Heavenly Eye that transformed the living beings of this race completely and allowed them to be ranked at the top of the 10,000 races. Typically speaking, the Heavenly Eye on his glabella was also where the strongest power of the living beings of the Heavenly Eye race gathered. However, no matter how the Heavenly Eye army charged, they could not break the myriad sword formation formed by the 8 top perfected immortals of the Sword World. The battle was intense, and blood mist filled the air, causing sand and rocks to fly. The Heavenly Eye race army pounced over several times, but they could not override the sharpness of the myriad sword formation. Before long, thousands of corpses of Heavenly Eye race beings appeared on the battlefield. The deaths of thousands of clansmen were nothing to the hundreds of thousands of troops. However, that scene was a huge shock to countless living beings of the Heavenly Eye race. Among the thousands of Heavenly Eye clansmen who died, there were nearly 100 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits. When they encircled the 7 Stars Sword World, this time round to massacre hundreds of millions of living beings, less than 10 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits died. To think that the situation would change so drastically with the addition of these 10 cultivators from the sword world into the battlefield. The remaining heavenly eye perfected spirits had wary expressions and attacked cautiously, not daring to advance rashly. Apart from the heavenly eye perfected spirit that Su Zimo first killed when he descended, he no longer had much chance to attack thereafter. It was the same for Bai Mingshui. The moment Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others joined the battlefield, they joined forces with Lin Xuanjin to form the myriad sword formation. He and Bai Mingshui, along with the surviving sword cultivators of the 7 Stars sword world, were protected in the safest central area of the formation. The 8 of them joined forces in an extremely tacit manner, and the sword formation they condensed was impenetrable. The Carnage Sword Dao, the 5 Elements Sword Dao, the Extreme Sword Dao, the Sever Sword Dao, the Illusory Sword Dao, the Tyrant Sword Dao, the Fiend Sword Dao, and the Zen Sword Dao. Lin Xuanjin and the other 7 top-tier perfected immortals made use of the myriad sword formation to unleash the 8 sword Daos to their limits. Sword Qi and sword intent surged with a resplendent brilliance. It was difficult for the Heavenly Eye army to continue charging in. Even if Su Zimo wanted to charge out, there was no good opportunity. He could break the sword formation before charging out, but there was no need for that. If the 8 of them were to open up the sword formation to release him, there would definitely be an opening in the sword formation. That move might backfire during this intense battle. On the contrary, the Heavenly Eye race might be able to destroy the sword formation. When Su Zimo saw that the myriad sword formation formed by Lin Xuanjin and the others had already blocked hundreds of thousands of living beings of the Heavenly Eye race and that there was no danger, he did not rush to step in. Actually, as the peak master of Sword Burial Peak, he naturally cultivated this myriad sword formation as well. However, Lin Xuanjin and the other 7 had practiced the sword formation together for many years and had a tacit understanding. After joining the battlefield, they formed the sword formation immediately and did not give him a chance to join. If he were to join in now, the sword formation would have to pause momentarily and there would naturally be openings as well. Su Zimo and Bai Mingshui weaved through the crowd of the 7 Stars sword world and placed many spirit pills in the hands of the sword cultivators, trying their best to save them. In midair, Lu Yin, Yulan, and the others had calm expressions and were not surprised by this scene. Not far away, the expressions of King Cold Eye and the other kings of the Heavenly Eye race darkened gradually. The scene before them had indeed exceeded their expectations. Under normal circumstances, given the methods of the Heavenly Eye race, they would have an obvious advantage against most living beings of the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, the Heavenly Eye race still had the advantage in numbers. This was simply a crushing situation. Among the 10 perfected immortals of the sword world, there were even 2 perfected immortals at the convergence and celestial being realms respectively. How much of an impact could they have? However, King Cold Eye did not expect that among the 10 perfected immortals they encountered, apart from Su Zimo and Bai Mingshui, who did not attack much, the remaining 8 were paragons among perfected immortals. Among them, Lin Xuanjin was the number 1 perfected immortal of the sword world. Of course, the Heavenly Eye world had top perfected spirits as well. However, the battle to destroy the 7 Stars sword world was already coming to an end, and their top Heavenly Eye perfected spirit, who was here, previously had long left. If that person was here, he would definitely be able to break the sword formation formed by the 8 perfected immortals of the sword world. King Cold, I looked at the battlefield with a dark expression and remained silent. The current situation was gradually becoming clearer. If he did not give the order to stop, more and more Heavenly Eye race beings would die here. Stop! Suddenly, King Cold, I let out a long roar. The massive Heavenly Eye army with hundreds of thousands of troops felt relived and retreated one after another. They escaped the battlefield, afraid that they would be sucked into the terrifying sword formation. King Cold, I clenched his fists behind his back and turned slowly to look at Lu Yun and the others not far away. saying hatefully, "These few perfected immortals of your sword world are truly capable. If I'm not wrong, these 8 should be the strongest perfected immortals of your sword world." Lu Yun replied indifferently, "Tvi warned you before. You only have yourself to blame for your lack of foresight." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, King Cold Eye burst into laughter. His gaze was cold, and the heavenly eye on his glabella had already opened, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. His 3 eyes stared at Lu Yun and the others at the same time. He nodded and said slowly, all right, I'll remember these people." Lu Yun's expression turned cold, and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent as well. He glared at King Cold Eye and said, "King Cold Eye, I'm warning you. You're a peak king. It's best if you don't harbor any designs on them. The major worlds, especially the super large worlds, would tacitly agree to an unspoken rule. Generally speaking, experts of the major worlds would not attack cultivators of lower cultivation realms of the other worlds. That was because such actions were way too dangerous and could easily go out of control. If King Cold Eye disregarded his status and attacked Lin Xuanjin, who was at the perfected one realm, the emperors of the sword world would have a reason to attack him. At that time, the emperors of the heavenly eye world would not sit idly by. If the situation continued to escalate, it would turn into a war between emperors or even a war between the worlds. If it was a battle between people of the same cultivation realm, even if one side suffered heavy losses and was resentful, there was no excuse. They could only blame themselves for being inferior. When King Cold Eye heard that, he sneered, "Don't worry, there's no need for me to attack those sword cultivators of yours personally. Do you guys think that there's no powerful, perfected spirits on the side of my heavenly eye world?" When they heard that, Lu Yin, Yulan, and the other peak masters seemed to have thought of something and frowned at the same time. King Cold Eye continued, "If I'm not wrong, the 4 of you should be bringing these 10 perfected immortals to the blessed heaven world, right?" Lu Yin and the others remained calm, but their hearts sank. They had only brought 10 perfected immortals with them. Furthermore, 8 of them were top perfected immortals. The greatest possibility was that they were heading to the blessed heaven world. This matter could not be hidden from King Cold Eye at all. King Cold Eye grinned. "It's fine even if you don't reply. Let's wait and see. I'll remember today's debt for the time being. However, before I leave, I have something to say to you guys. The blood of the heavenly eye race shall not be spilled in vain." With that said, King Cold Eye gave the order and left the 7 Stars sword world with hundreds of thousands of heavenly eye troops. Before long, he disappeared into the vast sea of stars.